Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, governing board members, distinguished safety professionals, members of the press. It's a big delight to have you here today, and we are very excited that you have come. Our mind, our hearts are filled with a lot of gratitude that you have graced us with your presence today. I am here to apologize that we are starting a bit behind schedule, and it's not because it's not in our character to do so, but because we decided to take some time to wait for a few other persons to arrive, and we intend to take just 5 to 10 more minutes to do that, so that we can start with the whole 75% full. And on our online audience, we thank you. We have close to 20 persons there now. So we have like 30 people online, also already following the program. By the grace of God, it's going to be a very fantastic day. And like I said, we're excited to have all of you here. And any moment from now, we'll set the ball rolling. But because we're already occupying this building, we just want to remind everyone that as is cultural in the HSE industry, before we commence any event, we like to remind ourselves of what to do in the event of an emergency. I just like to let us know that there was a very thorough risk assessment conducted before this venue was selected, and some very serious control measures have been put in place to ensure that while this event lasts and beyond, that emergencies are kept to the barest minimum, and even if they do happen, that appropriate measures are in place to ensure nobody gets hurt. While we are here, there's no plan for a drill in this building today. So they have smoke detectors installed that are integrated to a fire alarm system all over the building. So if there's a fire emergency, you're going to hear a very offensive siren and alarm. It will go off, it will make a lot of noise. Please, we implore you not to panic, but what you should just do is, we have 4 exit points out of this building. We're not going to be using the ones that have the decorations over them. So you can evacuate this building only during an emergency. You can evacuate from here, the door to my left. You can evacuate from here, the door to my right. There are 2 adjoining doors like that behind the hall, and then there's the main entrance from where we all came in. We can use all of these as evacuation points, and we all meet at the main gate, at the security post at the main gate. Please don't run out of the building into the roads, because you stand the risk of being knocked down by an oncoming vehicle. If you want to ease yourself, we have conveniences to the right, to my right behind there. If you go in there, if you turn right there and you move into your far right is the ladies, and to your left is the gents, just behind the hall. I've noticed that some people go out of the hall to use the public gents at the main entrance. Please don't do that. We have conveniences here in the hall, just behind there to your right. Further right is females, and further left is for the gents. In the event of a first aid issue, this is the time for us to check on our neighbors. Please look to your right and to your left, and don't shake hands because of COVID-19, but just wink your eye at each other and hail each other. When next you turn to that person and you see that he's not winking back, it might just be a first aid issue. So you have to check whether the person is sleeping, or there's actually a first aid issue or a medical emergency we need to attend to. So if there's any medical emergency, we have a set of paramedics around, and most of us seated in this hall are very well trained. We also have our daddy here who is a physician. I mean, even death cannot enter this room today, because the place is very equipped to ensure that people are very well cared for. So on behalf of the ISPON President, Organizing Committee Chairman, members of the Governing Board, I'd like to thank and welcome everybody here. Thank you very much for coming. We will start officially in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Organizing Committee for this Stakeholders Engagement Conference, I'd like to once again apologize that we are starting behind schedule. But this time around, to follow that up by starting immediately and avoid further waste of time. So once again, we recognize and welcome everyone here. We are now going to call some distinguished invited guests to the high table. I'd like to remind us that the event that we are here for today is a strategic stakeholders engagement conference that is titled Strategic Stakeholders Engagement for Sustainable Practice of Safety Management in Nigeria. And goes to our president for this event. I have us know that this event should have happened in December of 2014, immediately following after we got our act. But I'm sure that from the president's speech, we are going to hear more about why there is no wrong time for it at this moment. Thank you very much once again for coming. I would like to start by welcoming and inviting to the high table. Ushers, please, can you come forward and please welcome and bring to the high table our amiable president, Mr. Kaiser Ebi. Please, a round of applause for President as he moves to the high table. Ushers, please come forward and take our president to the high table. Thank you very much. And please, another round of applause. It is not easy, president of the only chartered safety professional body in Nigeria. You know that when anything is happening in Nigeria, it is leading the fall in Africa. So when I say please clap for the president, I need you to be given an enabling clap, you know. Thank you very much. He is being ably deputized by another strong man, Mr. Stephen Udezi. Mr. Stephen Udezi is seated behind there. Ushers, please don't be coming forward. Go there. He's somebody that cannot hide in any crowd. Please bring him to the high table. Thank you very much. While we are at it, I would also like to recognize and welcome a strong man of ISPON who made this current executive possible by being a very good leader while he was leading. I'm talking of the immediate past president, Mr. Yusuf Malvi. Please recognize and bring him to the high table. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize one of the founding fathers of the Institute. In fact, somebody that we have drawn a lot of inspiration from. A lot of the ideas that have been put forward because of the tapping that we have been tapping from his wealth of wisdom. Please make welcome Dr. Ukere. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the high table. He is to be closely followed by the registrar of the Institute, Mr. Benson Adam Otite. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations The United Nations has given us a quota for women in everything we do. And they say that behind every successful set of men, there is a woman. Am I correct? I don't want to be crucified, I'm not correct. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. So ladies and gentlemen, there is the powerful woman of the current governing board of the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, Dr. Teresa Jeremiah. Please clap for her and make her welcome. The current governing board is a royal house because of the existence of a strong royal father in that governing board. And I'd like to recognize and welcome Chief Collins, the only chief in the current governing board of the Institute. Please, if you know how to speak royal father, better come forward here and bring the chief to the high table. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize and welcome the Minister of Finance of the current governing board, Dr. Rotimi Ewedemi. He's waving at you from here. Please turn back and wave back at him. Please, let's all wave back at him. He's, you know, when you're handling financial matters, you don't stay in high places. So he's hiding behind them to make sure that a lot of financial things are working. When he finishes, the ushers will do well to bring him to the high table. Thank you very much, sir. There are a lot of other members of the governing board that will be introduced as they come in. But before I introduce them, sometimes it's difficult to call somebody by a particular hat when you turn to see the person and he's wearing so many hats. And that is why, even though one of our governing board members is here as a governing board member, we decided not to introduce him when we're introducing governing board members, because by his other hat, he is also a member of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that is the person of Honorable Amos Magaji. Please, let's recognize him. He's sitting behind there and bring him to the high table. Okay, he must have stepped out to take a call. Just look out for him. As soon as he comes in, please bring him to the high table. Thank you very much. Before I leave here, I'd just like to recognize and welcome to the high table a powerful man who by his muscles was appointed by the governing board to chair the committee organizing this auspicious event, and that is the person of the juggernaut of the safety industry in Africa, no other person than Chief Mbata Finery. Please bring him to the high table. Sir, thank you for coming to the high table. I discussed this with you earlier on. We will not change the rules. Please bring him to the high table. Sir, thank you for coming to the high table. Thank you very much. Okay, so before I hand over the mic to my president, I'd just like to remind us that please, in the event of any emergency, whatever it is, every arrangements and control measures have been put in place to ensure that while this event lasts and beyond, everybody is well cared for. So please don't panic. And as we continue in the event, I'd just like to recognize, thank, and welcome very auspiciously to this occasion distinguished members of the Institute of Safety Professionals from other branches. So we will call the branches and you just get up and wave to us. They are representatives, senior safety professionals from the Delta State branch here. Please wave to the house. Thank you very much. Delta State branch is very well represented. Please, Honorable Amos was introduced earlier on. Please, you can bring him to the high table now. Thank you very much. There are other representatives, senior safety professionals from the River State branch, ably seated here. Please wave to the house. Thank you very much for coming from River State. I mean, if you understand the current landscape in Nigeria, it's not easy to move from Ikeja to Alausa and from Alausa to Ikeja, not to talk of Port Harcourt to Lagos. So thank you very much. Round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Members from River State, thank you so much. Sorry for that break in transmission. Members representing Edo State, those who came all the way from Edo State, please just wave to the house. Thank you very much. Big round of applause for him. There are two of them. And those from Kaduna State, please wave to the house. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Thank you very much. So we'll just go right straight into the program. I'd like to let you know that our senior representatives in this house from the Federal House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria are walking in. We'd like to recognize and make welcome the chairman of the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, no other person but Honorable Engineer Hamza Ibrahim. He is here represented by the Vice Chairman of that House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, Honorable Chinedu Nwaso. Please clap for him. Another senior member of the House Committee, Honorable Emmanuel Ukong, is also here. Please clap for him and make him welcome. It's very instructive to note that Honorable Ukong is a member of ISPON and a member of that committee. And Honorable Magaji is also a member of ISPON and is a governing board member of ISPON and a member of that committee. I thought that the audience were going to wait for me to ask them to clap. You see, now that you have redeemed yourself, thank you for clapping again. Thank you very much. Okay, so please, we'd like to let you know that the Honorable Clerk of that House Committee, in the person of Mrs. Elizabeth Aniche, is also here with us and ably seated right at the event. Please a round of applause for her. We've had a lot of interactions with her in the course of preparing for this event and she's been very helpful. Thank you very much. We just like to go right ahead into this event, so I'm going to hand over the microphone to. Okay, before we do that, I'd just like us to call on a very unique person to lead us in the opening prayer. That can't be anybody other than where people gather, we always choose the youngest person in the midst to say the opening prayer. So I have quickly, with the powers conferred on me, with the powers conferred in me as a man of ceremony, as an honorable servant of this event, I'd like to use my veto power to appoint the youngest person in this hall, in the person of Dr. Sorry, before I go into that. I also have, and I'm going to tender apologies to him after the event, a strong man of ISPON, in fact, a titled man from the East. I don't know what I'm going to give in apologies for not inviting him before now. I'd like to call to the high table another strong man, governing board member of the Institute, Mazi Harold Uzoma Echendu, to the high table. Please bring him to the high table. Apologies, Mazi. Apologies. Please, if he doesn't come to the high table, that means he's angry that I didn't call him earlier on. Please bring him to the high table. Thank you very much. Okay, I would now like to call on the youngest man in the house, Dr. Okere, to please take us on the opening prayer.
Can we just rise? There is one God, the God of all creation. And that we are all standing alive today is by His mercy. Father, we thank you for the mercy of life that you have granted to all of us. If we go through Lagos today, we know some people who went to bed strong, healthy, wealthy, but didn't wake up. We saw people also have been sick and they are still alive. For giving us the mercy of life and giving us the strength to come here together in His presence, Father, we thank you. May you lead us through today, because every man that you have created, you have given the will. Lead us so that today we fulfill the purpose of our life that has brought us today to the glory of your name. Thank you, everlasting Father. For in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for our daddy in the house. And he always likes us to remember him as the youngest person in the house. And indeed, he's the youngest person in the house. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so we'd like to recognize and make welcome the head of the Department of Industrial Safety and Environmental Engineering, Petroleum Training Institute, Warri, Dr. Silas Agaji. Please, let's clap for him and make welcome, sir. All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to please crave your indulgence to let's rise and take the national anthem, please. Okay, so DJ, do we have, can you give us, please lead us through it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Nigeria, please. For now, at least, the only country we have. Please, let's clap for Nigeria. If you want to know why we should clap for Nigeria, travel to Cameroon, travel to Ghana, travel to Togo. Mention that you are in Nigeria. They will just bend down and say, ah, elder brother. And I'm not talking from what hearsay. I'm telling you the truth. In fact, when you mention that you are from Lagos, they will follow you until you ask them to please go back. Thank you very much. Now, the reason why we begged the DJ to not sing the national anthem is because of an experience we had last week when the principals were having a conference. And they said that principals should come one after the other and say what they're teaching the children in their school. They asked them to start by singing the national anthem. And one of them said that he does better at humming. And that's why we said, let's not put people through sounding like frogs in the house. Let's just play the soundtracks. Thank you very much. I will now, before handing over the mic to the president, I committed a blunder here and forgot to welcome people from the Alausa State branch of the Institute. Please, before they have my neck for lunch, can you please wave at us, members from the Alausa State branch? Thank you very much, and apologies for skipping you. Okay, now, the landlords of this event, when I say landlord, I'm not saying landlords of ISPON, I say landlords where the event is holding. Members from the Lagos State branch, please let's take our attendance. Just wave to our people. Are you shy? Let's please wave to the people, Lagos branch members. You are very welcome. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over the mic to our president for his welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The welcome address of the President of the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, ISPON, Mr. Ikeja, at the Strategic Stakeholders Conference holding at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Lagos, today, 9 December 2021. The Chairman, House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, Engineer Hamza Ibrahim, heavily represented by his Deputy, Honorable Sam Chinedu, Vice Chairman, House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, Honorable Emmanuel Upong Udo, Member of the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations, as well as Honorable Amos Mogaji, who is standing in the double cab form, a member of the governing board, as well as a member of the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations, members of the governing board, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this stakeholders engagement conference taking place at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry with the theme Strategic Stakeholders Engagement and Sustainable Practice of Safety Management in Nigeria. It is aimed at systematic identification and analysis, planning, implementation of actions designed to influence stakeholders and to bring together safety professionals, practitioners, agencies of government, public, private sector organizations, the manufacturing, the commercial, telecommunication, hospitality industry, agri, mining, entertainment industry, construction, power, and so on, in the practice of safety management in Nigeria. It is to achieve a transparent decision-making process with greater input from stakeholders and their support for decisions to be taken in the development of safety skill sectors for all sectors and the economy. The strategic stakeholders engagement is all about building an understanding of the culture of safety, including stakeholders mapping, analysis, sector by sector, building safety relationships based on trust and transparency, and ensuring consistency in stakeholder safety engagement and communication, and setting standards of safety in Nigeria. Effective safety engagement can bring about better policy directions, improve safety services, possibly few ways to initiate or plan for a particular situation, and a better understanding of the local situation by technical experts and groups members. The Institute of Safety Professionals has, for the past 7 years, not been visible in the leadership of the safety profession in Nigeria, even with the ISPON Act 2014, to engage over 200 million people to be safety conscious. And this has led to the proliferation of different safety bodies, some claiming authority over the existence of safety. A lot of us have taken to feast in a troubled water, including members of the Institute. The present administration of ISPON will engage all individuals, safety professionals, practitioners to speak with one voice, one language, and communicate safety to the look, to every look and cranny of Nigeria. ISPON members are no longer interested in the court cases that have caused the unsafe behavior among members. The entire safety system is acting unsafely. Prevention, preventable accident, if not prevented, due to our negligence, is nothing short of murder. The vision of this present governing board of ISPON is to gain recognition for health and safety as a foundation for all fields of endeavor that leads an enlightened society to achieve a record of everyday health and safety in Nigeria, in line with the mission of the Institute, which is to propagate by engaging all stakeholders in the practice of safety management in Nigeria. Develop, regulate, and practice of safety management here in Nigeria. From the inception of this governing board, our slogan has been, together we shall move ISPON forward to greater heights. And today, we call it another name, One ISPON, One Nigeria. To harness the relationship between all the safety professionals and stakeholders, technical presentations will be made by renowned and erudite safety professionals on topics such as integrating stakeholders' engagement with the business of safety in Nigeria, ISPON Act 2014, and enabling legislation for the regulation of safety management in Nigeria, accident prevention, in Nigerian projects, the role of ISPON. It is expected that after technical paper presentations, participants will be able to identify, recognize stakeholders, listening to the needs and safety concerns of all stakeholders, providing the information that stakeholder safety need to understand the option and engaging or partnering with stakeholders in the decision-making process in line with the ISPON Act Section 3, Subsection 1 Act says that in collaboration with relevant government agencies, regulate the practice of safety management in Nigeria. We cannot regulate the practice of safety management in Nigeria without the
I think he just stepped out. He's going to come in shortly. Certain groups in the construction industry are ably represented here. I will just start in no particular order to call them out. Before we take our keynote address, I would like to call on Dr. Eddie to please give us a goodwill message from Watch Africa. Thank you very much. Round of applause for him, please.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished members of the table. I feel so excited for what is happening today. I think what we have today is also falling in line with the Global OSH Collaboration Treaty that was signed in Finland 2019. I'm happy to see different professions, different organizations standing together. The key in going forward in building a better world is collaboration and partnership. Across Africa, we are all sat still in different countries and work in silos and duplicating efforts, duplicating resources for what we are going to do together. But I'm happy to see that today we are all coming together for one purpose, which of course is very unique. And paramount among this purpose is to see that every worker in Africa, every worker who goes to work is able to back in one piece. And this is the essence of this whole deliberation. And this is not achievable by only one association or one organization. Seeing everybody come together, all stakeholders involved in workplaces and safety across Africa, Nigeria, also where we domicile, it's important that every hand has to be on deck, irrespective of the name you bear, irrespective of the title you bear, irrespective of who you represent. But the truth is, when the person who goes to work and come back home safely, the family will not be asking us, was it ISPON that brought him back safely, or was it OSH Africa that brought him back safely? It's a collective work that we all have to do. Keep engaging, keep strategizing, and seeing that the way this happens. In a nutshell, Africa that we want is an Africa where we can be proud of the contribution we make into the growing influence of our continent. And Nigeria is just too big. We can't be left out in this whole game, and that's why this is very significant, because I'm in Nigeria, this is where I live. So we have to take our place in destiny in ensuring that we be on that forefront where OSH is pushed across Africa. When I look at many countries where OSH is thriving, was that inside of other countries, and I look back to our country, which of course is the biggest in the continent. I ask myself, where do we get there? So it's that the journey of a father mind begins with only one step, and that step we're taking today, and seeing everybody come together under one umbrella, speaking same language, unifying OSH in Africa. This is very key, and I think very commendable. And again, I thank the organizers of this meeting, and I wish all of us a very good celebration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pa Ehi. Please another round of applause for him. Let me also quickly recognize and welcome the representative of the Principal and Chief Executive Officer of the Petroleum Training Institute. He is here. The Petroleum Training Institute is in Warri. He is here represented. Sorry, his name is Dr. H.A. Adimola, and he's here represented by the Head of Industrial Safety and Engineering, Dr. Ikeja Silas. Please, Dr. Silas, can you please just give us a minute as we return the lights to the hall? I would just like to thank our online audience, whom for a while I have not recognized, and welcome them to this event. I'd like to let you know that ISPON is going through some giant strides to reunify and become as much bigger, as big as it used to be and much bigger than it ever was. And all and sundry have been invited for this event. We have more than 50, or is it now 70 participants online, and you can see the large population that we have also here in the hall, and a lot of other persons calling in that they are on their way. So we are very grateful for this attendance. And Doctor, I cannot invite you to please come over to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. MC. I'm here on behalf of my boss, the Principal and Chief Executive of Petroleum Training Institute. We will have been here, but due to some other official engagements in Abuja, he sent his greetings to the President and the members of the Executive of ISPON. The Chairman House Committee on Safety, Standard and Regulations, Federal House of Representatives, Abuja, Honorable Engineer Hamza Ibrahim, ably represented by Honorable Sam Chinedu and other members of the House of Representatives present, the President of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, ISPON, Mr. Ikeja JP, Chairman of the Organizing Committee of this event, Mr. Fenari Ibata, all fellows and members of ISPON present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is an address by Dr. Henry Adimola, Principal Chief Executive of Petroleum Training Institute, on 9th December 2021 as special guest of honor at the Stakeholders Engagement Forum for the formation of framework for standard of safety management practice in Nigeria. Mr. President, permit me to congratulate you and your newly elected executives on your election to lead this noble professional body. May the good Lord work with you to take ISPON to the next level. Also, with high sense of gratitude, I want to appreciate you for inviting me as a special guest of honor. Petroleum Training Institute, therefore, is the birthplace of industrial safety technical education in Nigeria. There's no doubt about that. This started in 1978 with one of your very own, Mr. Akpoje EE, fellow Institute Safety Professional Nigeria. The Industrial Safety Curriculum in Petroleum Training Institute, therefore, has gone through a series of development in order to meet the needs of the present realities in the oil and gas industry, and this process is still continuing. The recent passage of Petroleum Industry Act, PRA 2021, and the associated transformation of the oil and gas industry will definitely pose couples of new challenges for safety professionals in the upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors of the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Therefore, your calling for the guardian, for going for this guardian at a time like this is very crucial to the development of safety standards for the oil and gas industry. I believe that the challenges are surmountable with right attitude and stakeholder engagement. Also, with the ISPON Act 2014, Act number 2. We can together develop a safety profession that will be one of the best in the world. To improve on the sound of safety graduates from PGI, we are graduate of industrial safety and others that may want to reskill themselves in industrial safety management and security. Mr. President, let me assure you again that PGI is ready to work with ISPON to take safety profession to the next level within our sphere of influence. Thank you very much. Let me conclude this speech with a word of advice from Don Tofcott, a business executive and consultant. Collaboration is important, not just because it's a better way to learn. The spirit of collaboration is penetrating every institution and all our lives. So learning to collaborate is part of equipping ourselves for effectiveness. Problem solving, innovation, and lifelong learning in all ever-changing networked economy. I thank you all for listening. This is the speech delivered by Dr. N.D.A. Antimola as he sent me to do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Please. Thank you very much. I think we will just go straight to take the next goodwill message. And while I wait for Dr. Nathan of PLPI to get ready, I'll give the mic to the youngest man in the institute and in this house right now, Dr. Nicholas Ikeja, so please give us his goodwill speech.
I'm really the youngest, and I'm hoping that you will all reach where I've reached before you start counting. I thank God.
Choir is from the Institute of Construction Arbitrators. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, you're welcome, Karen. Mr. Adekoya Adewale is from LTEM Solutions. Please just wave at us. You're welcome, sir. Mr. Soji Oni is from Nigeria Insurance Association. Round of applause for him, please. And please just wave to the house. Dr. Matthew Obasi. Dr. Nathan Obasi is the DG CEO, Professional Leadership Practitioners Institute. Round of applause for him, please. Welcome, sir. Okay, Mr. Mebawondo Taiwo is from OC Academy. Please wave to the house. Mr. Taiwo, you're welcome. All right, thank you very much. So I would now like to call on Dr. Nathan Obasi from the Professional Leadership Practitioners Institute for a goodwill message. Round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. Hi, table. Good day, sirs. Good day, ma. Good day, all. My name is Nathan Obasi. I'm the Director General Professional Leadership Practitioners Institute. I'm very pleased to be here. And I know that we are not here for nothing. We are here for something very important. What we do is to make sure that everything everybody does, everything comes together to give us something. And that is what leadership is all about. I like what the leadership of this institute is doing. And I want a situation, all of us, as individuals, in our own various professions, to key into leadership, because it is leadership that made this gathering possible. I want to tell us one small story before I go and sit down. There was something that happened some years ago. Somebody was asked to go and be a sentry somewhere. The sentry was standing very faithfully, guarding a particular place for years. And then somebody came one day and asked, "Why are you standing here?" The sentry said that he doesn't know. So the person went to his boss to ask, "Why is this sentry here every day and doing something very, very faithfully?" The boss said he does not know. Then the person went again to the higher level. The person said, "I don't know." Then they had to go to the king and ask. The king said that he doesn't know either, but the sentry is being posted to that place every day. Then the king had to call the elders and ask. The elders said, "Oh, that there was a queen that lived about 100 years ago. And that queen planted a rose garden and needed a sentry so that people do not trample that rose garden on their feet. That was why she put that sentry there. The queen died about 20 years after planting the rose garden. And for over 100 years, sentry was always there. The rose garden died. There was no rose garden anymore. The sentry was always there. Why was the sentry there? Doing very faithfully an important job that was not in existence. I pray our being here today will not be like that of the sentry. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for him. A lot of us, health and safety practitioners and professionals, talk about safety leadership. We know so much of safety, but we need a lot of the leadership angle. So it will be very good, just like Doctor has said, to collaborate with that institute so that whenever you are mentioning safety leadership, whether it is transactional, transformational, situational, at least you have built it in from the professional angle on both sides. And then it's now very effective to go ahead on the work side and be able to implement effective safety leadership. Thank you very much. We have now more than 60 persons joining us online, and it's a great pleasure to have all of them there. Before we go for tea break, I would just like to call on the representative of the chairman of the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, who is the vice chairman of that committee, and is going to be giving us a keynote address. He is a very, very, very highly respected honorable, and is going to be talking to us on the reason for our gathering today. I just didn't want to miss his title this time around, so I decided to dribble you a bit. He is Honorable Engineer Samuel Nwazo. Apologies, Honorable, if I tried to murder your name. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being in your midst this morning. My name is Honorable Engineer Sam Chinedu Onwaso, and I'm the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations, a committee that the National Assembly deemed it good to set up to support you. This morning I'm here on behalf of the committee chairman, who is unavoidably absent. His wish is to be here in this occasion, and we all agreed that we'll be here the day we were told in the House, because it's not only setting aright certain things that has been not functioning within the enclave of safety in Nigeria. And I will deliver his message verbatim. I'm not adding, though I will say my own portion and I will tell you when I will speak as the Deputy Chairman. But let me first of all deliver the address as sent by my chairman. This is a keynote address by the Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations at the Strategic Stakeholders Engagement for Sustainable Practice of Safety Management in Nigeria, organized by the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, ISPON. Today, being Thursday, December 9th, 2021, at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Alausa, Ikeja, Nigeria. Distinguished honorable members who are here, the President of ISPON, Mr. Ikeja, members of the board, ISPON, members of the press, and observing every other protocol. Ladies and gentlemen,
to address you all at this important stakeholders engagement aimed at developing a framework for quality occupational health and safety standards in Nigeria, as well as a safety sector skilled framework for proper qualification classification within the sector. I thank the organizers of this forum for the initiative, which I hope will provide an avenue for soul searching among participants and visionary solutions to the hindrances in actualizing the implementation of safety standards and regulations. On our path, the House of Representatives, under the able leadership of our proactive speaker, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, constituted the Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations with a view to further enhance the efforts of government in ensuring strict adherence to safety measures in both public and private institutions in Nigeria. The committee, in the discharge of this onerous task, commenced series of interactive sessions with critical stakeholders whose presentations were very insightful, revealing, shocking, and disturbing. Scenarios that reflect the poor state of compliance to safety legislations and rules across most sectors. Having examined the enormity of the work before us, we have initiated a phased process for interaction, investigation, reporting, follow-up, and intervention. We are also demanding for more robust approach to safety management from both government and private organizations, with a view to improving our international ranking as the least safe country in the world, according to the World Safety Index report of 2020. Considering the ISPON Act 2014 with all the powers, functions granted the Institute, it is disheartening that our dear nation is seemingly less safe with monumental national disasters ranging from building collapses, gas explosions, boat mishaps, road traffic crashes, fall from heights, electrocutions, work-related fatalities, pollutions, and etc. On the increase, while self-acclaimed safety professionals are fast asleep or unable to respond as envisaged by government. ISPON leadership, while busy with power tussle that has disseminated the essence of the act, has given ample room to quacks and sometimes fraudsters to dominate safety trainings, management, research, and advocacy roles mandated by the Act. Today's discussion, understanding, agreements, modalities, framework, and any other outcome of this engagement, if not implemented by all safety professionals, would not make us safer or healthier. The time to address the grievances and nuances that led to the division is now. It is my hope that all parties will come to the table with all sincerity and a true desire to find solutions within your ranks or opt for an independent arbitrator whose recommendations should be acceptable as a reasonable truce. The recent passing of the pioneer ISPON member, Pa Dominic Aibogun, should be enough reason for all to sheath their swords and join hands to build on his legacy. May his soul rest in peace. Amen. Nigerians deserve a safe and healthy workplace and environment, devoid of hazards or where elimination seems impossible, reduced to as low as reasonably practicable. One of the questions we should ask ourselves is, why are we still struggling to translate our knowledge of hazard identification, risk assessment, HSEMS, and others in reducing work incidents? Safety management in Nigeria has been hindered by a lot of factors which I believe should be factored into any framework initiated by this gathering. They include, but not limited to, lack of competence or capacity, poor reporting of incidents, lack of credible data, focus on revenue, unprofessional conduct, focus on hazard allowances and not a safe workplace by workers and unions, unfair rivalry, employment of quacks, monitoring and enforcement lapses, incident cover-up, and many more, I believe are well known to you. Despite the numerous safety laws and regulations provided for by different legislations, their implementation remains the greatest challenge. This is sometimes hindered by the safety professionals that charge a fee to attach their credentials for bidding, qualification, or execution of contracts, thereby sabotaging the safeguards put in place by government. Where ISPON in all of these? Are we, as we ponder on this empirical problem, we should also take time to agree on credible solutions and mechanisms that will ensure a better outcome. How do we build or improve capacity? What are the best ways to get our members, workers, to report incidents without being victimized? How do we deal with quacks posing as professionals? How do we kickstart or research and investigate division to learn from past incidents and forestall calamities? How do we engage and educate the workforce and the unions on the need to prefer the protection of workers to the payment of hazard allowances? How do we simplify and improve our verification process? How do we collaborate and add value to the effective management of safety in Nigeria? As you may be aware, occupational health and safety have gone beyond engineering designs and implementation of safety management systems, that's HSE, MS. Present-day models are more robust with the inclusion of human factors, behavioral modification, to achieve a truly safe and healthy workplace. This integration is needed to achieving occupational health and safety excellence and should be factored into any proposal at this stakeholders' engagement. Participants should also consider including a mentorship program to the skill certification framework. Young or new inductees should be placed under highly skilled and experienced professionals in their industry of interest for hands-on experience through monitoring. The report from both academic qualifications, safety trainings, and mentorship assessments should form the core for practice as a safety professional. As in other professional fields, ongoing training programs and assessment should be an integral part of professional license renewal. I believe finally, with the right intention and competence, participants at this engagement will be able to think through the issues, determine root causes, and do an assessment and put measures, framework in place to guarantee a safe and healthy outcome all the time. As a committee, we will be open to reviewing your submissions and where deemed necessary, facilitate their implementation for the betterment of our nation. Thank you all, and God bless you. Thank you all. Thank you all. You have heard from the chairman, and by virtue of his position, he is talking on behalf of the National Assembly. By virtue of being the chairman of the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations, he is talking on behalf of Bajabi Amela, our Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives. And you know the House of Representatives is 360 members, representing the whole Federation. This is our thoughts. This is what we are presenting to this forum. And I know that after looking at it, this honorable organization will make sure to see that all aspects addressed in this will be touched. I, as a person and a member of the committee, I just want to tell you a little story of what we feel. I feel that we are doing wrong where it concerns safety. Safety in all aspects. There's no nation that will thrive without safety. That people are going to Rwanda today because you know when you go there you are safe. So why won't you go to Afghanistan? That mindset, and it's in all ramifications. Some of the speakers said it. The doctor said that safe attitudes. I went to Vietnam. I was in a shop in the evening around 6 p.m. just with some friends, having tea. And all of a sudden, some bike men, 2 boys on a bike, crossed us. The next shop, they grabbed a foreigner, his phone. They collected the phone and drove off. One guy sitting quietly, a Vietnamese, stepped up and walked to that shop nearby where the thing happened. He just went to the owner of the shop and asked him to review his video. Nobody talked to the guy. The man was hysterical, jumping up and down, my phone, blah, blah, blah. He didn't even listen to me. He went to the shop owner. He said, review your CCTV. They reviewed it. He captured it. He sent it there and then to the nearest police station. The police tracked the bike, looked at the plate number, called the father of the guy who had the bike. The moment they saw the name plate, the plate, they tracked immediately who registered that bike and called the father. Tell your son to bring that phone to this police station in the next 30 minutes. Who was the guy that went to that shop? He was just like a safety standard regulation corps. They mount it at every street, you won't know. If you go to Rwanda, tell the man carrying you on the car to speed higher than necessary, he will tell you no. The moment he overspeeds, somebody has captured him. His account will be debited immediately. He will just hear alert. Nobody talks to him. That money goes into the coffers of government, there and there, for overspeeding. He will just receive, and he will tell him the reason for overspeeding. That is safe attitudes. The moment we have that safe attitude, it goes across. The moment you are walking on a platform where you feel you are safe, you'll be confident to give your best. I was in a committee discussing with some of our heads of government, and I told them that if the soldier in the field can pick his phone and go to the website of Nigerian Army Insurance and click it and see that his name is enlisted, that he is properly insured, the mindset he will use to be fighting will be different from what he is using to fight. So what do? In order to safeguard that next step, you start now from your attitude, from your perception, the things you do. And so it is a workload for all of us. I have in mind, and I know maybe when we discuss it at full with ISPON, we will be able to present a bill where we will see if it will be possible to create something like the Safety Standards Regulation Corps. People that will be like enforcers at the front row. So that when, is it a corporation, is it an industry has defaulted, they will seal it immediately, automatically. Then the issues will start arising. Somebody who will be at the motor park and a taxi driver will block the motorway and he will capture the number of the taxi driver, and there will be a debit alert in the man's phone. You will do that, I'm debited 5,000 for blocking the road. Next time he will park properly. Thank you so much. We will continue to grow.
Thank you very much, sir. I noticed that you did not wait for me this time to give my usual. Thank you very much, sir. Your speech spoke for itself, and we are very grateful for that. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir. And thanks to the National Assembly for that beautiful reawakening to safety professionals across Nigeria. We have several TV channels here and print media people around. We are very hopeful that this message will go far and wide, and that safety professionals, both those online and those seated in the hall, have also heard. I think that it was instructive when he reminded us that the committee chairman was representing the Speaker of the House of Reps, who is the Speaker of 360 people representing all parts of Nigeria in the National Assembly. I don't think he said that for want of what to say. Thank you very much, sir, for those strong words, and I believe that our people have enough wisdom to understand what you meant. Thank you very much. I would just like to, before we go for tea break, I would like to recognize a few other dignitaries that came in while the Honorable Member was speaking. Dr. Foreman Onoha is here and is a member of the governing board of ISPON. Thank you very much. You cannot hide. Ushers, please, thank you for moving into the high table. Your seat was long arranged, so you can't even stay far. Thank you very much. We will now have tea break, and tea break has a format. Those online will have first. That is the meaning that I've been looking at the camera. Some of them are already just having tea and stretching their legs. Some of them have had already. That will be followed by members of the high table. We have coffee and milk and the rest of them, sir, so you can pick anyone, and there's hot water in your cups in front of you, because we don't want you to come down from the table yet. So for the rest of us, we will just go sit row by row from the front here, and the music will continue to play. DJ, thank you very much. So it's time for tea break. Please, let's make it snappy and come back to begin and we take the first technical presentation by 12 o'clock. So it's 11:47 now. By 12 o'clock, we should be back. Thank you very much. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to segment 2 of our program. Hello, everyone. Can we please return to our seats for the second segment? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back from tea break. I hope we had enough time to network and chat with each other. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming back to your seats. We are now starting the second segment of our program today, and that will be the technical presentations and the breakout sessions. But before we do that, I would like to call on the President, Mr. Kaiser Ebi. President, sir. I'd like to call on the President to please come to the high table as we do honor to whom honor is due. So while we wait for the honors to be done, I would just like to recognize and make welcome the representative of the DG Lagos State Safety Commission. He is also an author and a senior staff of the Lagos State Safety Commission in the person of Mr. Yinka Adebiyi, and also a royal father. Please welcome him. Thank you very much. Ushers, please take it to the high table. Please move Mr. Yinka Adebiyi to the high table. Later on, Mr. Adebiyi is going to be making a speech on behalf of the DG Lagos State Safety Commission. I will now hand over the mic to Mr. President for the awards to members of the House Committee, Safety Standards and Regulations. So while we are waiting for Chairman to return to the hall, we'd just like to thank our online audience and to ask that if you have any things to say, you can please add them on the chat column. We'd like to hear from you too. So we'd like to hear from you. If you have contributions, you have heard the keynote address from the Chairman of the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations. So we'd like to hear any comments. And those who have goodwill messages on from the online audience, you can also let us know and we'll pick you up and put you on speaker.
Distinguished Chairman, House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, ably represented by Honorable Engineer Sam Chinedu. As a professional association, a professional body recognized by Act, let me just digress a bit before I consider. We went visiting to the National Assembly, and the first thing they brought out was the Act. And they said, "Where are you?" That was the question they asked us. And all of us were perplexed, including the immediate past president, Dr. Yusuf Magui. All of us were perplexed. The president, our lady in the house, Mrs. Dr. Teresa, were dumbfounded and we don't know what to say. But the only response we had was that this is the more reason why we are here with you, to collaborate with you, to ensure that the Act is come to pass and is implemented to the letter. And they said, go ahead. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, sir, on behalf of the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, sorry for that break in interlude. Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria. Yusuf Magui and Chief Collins. When the mic was switched in my mouth in those days, in the 1994-95, when ISPON was ISPON, or the Nigerian Institute of Safety Professionals, today the mic is off my hand and I can't talk. Hey, can you come and assist me? That's by the way, ladies and gentlemen, don't mind me. You know, MC work is sweet when the spirit is there.
Honestly, I'm lost. I just. That's why when you brought me here, I got totally more confused. And the more I tried to ask him what do I say, the more he shifted away from me. But I think to a large extent, I have an insight to what we're looking at. I think to further establish what I said before is we have come here with a spirit of collaboration. Am I right? It is difficult for anyone to stand alone. And my father used to tell me this while growing up. And when I have issues with my younger ones, and he tells us the story of a broom. He said, when you hold a broomstick, you can achieve something, but you spend so much energy. But when you bind the broomstick together, it becomes a bunch, you can achieve more. And this is what we're looking at. Like I said earlier, that even what we're doing right now is not new to us. Sometime in 2019, looking at was global collaboration. And the team, I just felt you were working in the spirit that's already existing globally. So we can't stand alone. I was saying, we can't stand alone. We need to bring everybody together under the same umbrella. It is easy to have this meeting today, and it has always happened. We all go back home to our different homes. We forget the discussion that happened today. Let's not go back in that same spirit. When we live here today, let's live here with a commitment to rebuild where we left what we started building. ISPON is older than most associations that we found across different countries in Africa. I was telling my colleague over there, if you look at Malawi, look at Botswana, look at Lesotho, these are countries that have less than 2 million population. And they are taking the lead in occupation and safety in Africa. And when we look at that, does that mean that Nigeria doesn't have resources? We don't have resources. But what we're doing is that everybody is working in silos. Mr. A is working in one institution, Mr. B is working in. No, let's come together. We need to build our own. And even after now, areas we are not sure of, we are not too clear of, let's keep engaging the leadership. This was said. What is the timeline? This was said. What do we do about it? Because most times we come and we discuss and we all leave. There are no timelines. There are no action parties. So on that note, that we discuss, we all leave. Mr. A is expecting Mr. B to accomplish this. Mr. B is expecting Mr. C to accomplish this. So it becomes what is not owned by anyone. So I think this meeting is very crucial, and we bring the best of a new occupational health and workplace practice in Nigeria. I'm happy. We all have had our differences, but that's all that matters. Nigeria belongs to all of us. We can all come together, put our hand, and we begin to build something that can be envy to many nations. Even outside this, we should, if we cannot take Africa as a whole, let's start taking our own front, then we extend to West Africa where we are domiciled. There are also institutions going on in Ghana, there are some going on in Cote d'Ivoire, there are some going on in Togo. And it will come to a time when we stabilize. I want to see where we have West Africa Occupational Health Conference happens, ISPON hosting. And everybody in West Africa comes to Nigeria, and we gather and we discuss critical issues. So one thing that should come out of this meeting is, having addressed our homes, we need to start reaching out to our neighboring countries. Those in our neighbors, let's start reaching out to them. Let's bring everybody together under the same platform. Nigeria is a big brother to any country in Africa. We need to take this lead. I think this is where the engagement of all stakeholders really is very instrumental. We had a lot of foreign international associations. I'm not saying they are not good. They are good. Most of us, they built most of us, trained a lot of us to where we are today. But it is now time for foreign fathers to hand over children to their real fathers. Do you understand? It is now time for foreign fathers, for foreign mentors to hand over those children to their real fathers, so that they can build a home that children that will come will sit upon and build a better country that we can call our home. This is very crucial to all of us, because what we do not fix now, the last time I was talking to my wife, most times I do what I do, I don't know where the strength comes from. But lately I realize, if we do not fix our country, the workplaces mostly, I'm sure we all have children. There's no one amongst all of us who will say that we don't have children. But the truth is, when we do not fix what we have to fix, you think your labor right now, see your children are brought to go to school, they will come here and work in an environment that you didn't repair. So you find out that even your children become victims of the things you overlook. So if the workplace must be repaired, not just for us anymore, because most of us, I don't know how old these men beside me are, but I'm almost 50, I'm 50 next year. So I've crossed the mark. So if we don't fix what we have to fix, when our children come into the workplace we didn't repair, they become a victim of that workplace. And that's why it's more crucial. If there is nothing that can motivate you to build what is called the OSH in Nigeria, under ISPON, let this motivate you. Not because of the leadership that understand you are building for the future of your children. You don't want your son to be in the workplace first 3 months into work. They call it that he was strapped in a machine, and we are sorry that was what happened. But you will regret because you had the chance to change it, you didn't change it. So I encourage all of us. All of us have things to do in our workplace, in our homes. We let those things go. As a matter of fact, I had meetings today that I have to cancel to be here. That's not sacrificed by us all. But this is not enough. In going forward, the sacrifice we have made today, let's continue on this path so that we can continually build, but understand the fact that there is no quick fix to anything. What has happened. It's going to take a journey to get to where we thought we will be in a few years. But let's stay on that path. Let's build consistently. Let's every hand be on deck. It's a matter of time we'll realize the Nigerian good workplaces of our dream. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Okay, now that we used to call him Eddie, finally declared his speech here today, we can now change it from what it used to be. It used to be between small and capital letters. We can now put it in capital letters. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much, Eddie. You know that they are spiritual and carnal leaders. Our president is a spiritual leader. That's why he followed his spirit to call you at the time he did. In my own spirit, I was going to call you during the next panelist session, but the spirits don't clash, so I will still call you when the time comes. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to go straight into the next presentation, and the next presentation is going to be delivered by a man that I respect so much. At the heat of the ISPON crisis, when it looks like some people had gone to bed and we're running away and we're afraid and the rest of it, somebody stepped up and said, I'm going to bail the cat. And he bailed the cat and made sure that we did not go down the drain at the time when it looks like we didn't have leadership for ISPON in Lagos. I'm talking about a strong man whose profile is so big that I'm going to do a very miniskirt summary type of his summary. He is the managing director of a company called Zorek Enterprises. You will imagine that that is not a Nigerian name, but the man is very much a Nigerian. He is the current governing board member of the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria. He is a lawyer, a safety professional, and a very sound teacher, a proud family man, and a royal father from the eastern part of Nigeria. no other person but Mazi Harold Uzoma Echezu. He is going to be talking to us. Thank you very much. He is going to be talking to us on ISPON Act 2014 and enabling legislation for the regulation of safety management in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for Mazi. In all humility, I would like to please ask us, we have 2 high tables in this shop, in this building, and that's why you can see that all these seats are clear. I'd like to respectfully ask members of the high table to please relocate to this side of the high table. Thank you very much, so that I can see the screen. Wow.
Thank you, Jesus. I am impressed. There is one wonderful coincidence in the speech of Honorable Chinedu. He made mention of 2 countries. He said Rwanda, he said Vietnam. And the mention about these 2 countries is about good things. Now, if you think about Vietnam, Vietnam was in a war with America for many, many years. And in the end, Vietnam is being cited as a country to learn from. Just our neighbor here, Rwanda was in a very bad war that people died and died and died. And one thing about Vietnam is Rwanda. Rwanda has different languages as you have in Nigeria. In Rwanda, you see French. In Rwanda, you see English. In Rwanda, you see Arabic. All spoken by different people. And today, Rwanda is being used as an example for us. Well, it is very good. We'll get there. For everything that happens, there must be a lesson. There must be a lesson. Again, what he mentioned in his speech that touched me is this. He made mention of our leader that has number 1 membership number is in his form. That is Paolo. Paolo is very important in my presentation because he was there from the beginning. There were people that did all that was supposed to be done for us to emerge as a safety professional body in Nigeria today. It's unfortunate he is no more with us, but his works, all he did for ISPON, will still remember him. I thank my president for the visit he paid to the family yesterday, am I right? That shows we remember him and we continue to remember him. My topic is ISPON Act 2014, ISPON Act 2014 number 2, and enabling legislation for safety management in Nigeria. My name is Mr. Harold Echeja. We are going to look at this ISPON Act, the way it started. We are going to look at this ISPON Act, the contents. We are going to look at ISPON Act, the benefits and the challenges. The screen is off, and you can move to the next one. So, ISPON Act is the basis for which we are gathered here today. ISPON Act is the strength that we have acquired to see to safety management and practice in Nigeria. and it's a legal instrument that backs us in everything we have to do, in everything we intend to do. And I believe that by the time we go through this presentation, we know better about ISPON. The next slide, what's happening, okay?
I will come up. Is it on the system or is it flash? I think it's from the system.
Okay. I want to continue. The next slide. The ISPON Act is a legislation that has 17 provisions, 16 sections. These sections start with section 1, which talks about the establishment of ISPON. We go to section 2, which talks about you go manage the world. Go back to that ISPON Act. The second slide. Okay. That is the act. That is the act. It's a law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It came into existence in 2014. The next slide. So we are going to look at it. We provide for body corporate
so that you can use it.
That is to drive the safety management and practice in Nigeria. I hope that in the end of this presentation, everybody will get to know more about this act and the benefits we have or we are going to derive from it. The next. Now, the journey of ISPON Act till today, the journey started in 1980. There was a meeting of National Industrial Council of Nigeria in 1980. That council is a tripartite organization comprising the Nigerian Labour Congress, Nigeria as presented by the Minister of Labour, then the NECA employers. So in this meeting, just like an ad hoc arrangement, the likes of our IBU that has passed on now, they met and made themselves visible and they formed Nigerian Society of Safety Engineers, safety professionals. Then that body was made a technical arm of National Industrial Council of Nigeria. So the delegates, they are recognized. The next slide. Same in that 1980, the Nigerian Society of Safety Professionals started. In 1989, we have the Nigerian Institute of Safety Professionals. And it was like that, and they started pushing for the charter status of this institution. So in 2011, the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria was registered because, as I was told, the institute is a private organization, cannot answer Nigeria. So in 2014, it was transferred. That's the journey, and since then, we have been 7 years ago we got charter status, and we have been on as Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria. Now, what are we going to look at? We are going to have an overview of ISPON Act 2014. The Act has 18 sections. The first section, section 1, is the establishment of the institute. That is, the life, the breath of life was given to this institute. The breath of life was given to this institute. And you got that? The section 2 talks about the objectives. Why the government accepted ISPON to come into existence. The objectives is stated in the Act. Then section 3 talks about the functions and powers of the institute. I want everybody to follow me. It is very important. It is very, very useful to professionals here. Now we have the section 4, the enablement to consult, train, audit, and make recommendations on safety design of structure. This is the content of the section. Yes. So we have sections 5 to 9. Is on the board composition, the tenure of office, and the financial management of the institute. It's basically the problem of ISPON today was a spark on section 6. That is tenure of office. And that's why the Honorable, when he was speaking, I was touched. That provision is supposed to curtail SSS. But unfortunately, so unfortunately, there was a wrong understanding of that section, and people felt they could manipulate it, and that's landing us in trouble today. Now I know we will overcome it before long. So section 10 talks about the appointment of the registrar. The Act says a capable, proper person will be appointed to be the registrar, and we'll get to know his functions. Then the registration of members. This is about the shortest section of the Act. Is the shortest section of the Act. Incidentally, is the most meaningful section of the Act. Why do I say so? I say so that because you start with good, you end with good. It talks about the quality of members that should be admitted. It talks about two things, just 2 sentences. Good qualification and good behavior. That's the only 2 things in that section. Good qualifications and good behavior. So the emphasis there is very important. So that's the registration. So from 12 talks about accreditation. Accreditation, that section is very important for us to understand, because that section gives us the opportunity to interact, collaborate, and partner with most organizations, particularly the tertiary institutions. So we are empowered to accredit them in the courses they will have to run pertaining to safety. So it's a very wonderful section. So now the other one is discipline of members. When we go forward, I said, instead of discipline, I said keeping the house in order. Keeping the house in order. Because if you don't have disciplined people, disciplined professionals, you will not make it. And if you don't have law provisions that says don't do this, if you do this, this will happen to you, most people won't take precautions. So that's why it is very important for us to have that one. Then the offenses, the Act is talking about. He said any offense in this Act is punishable. 100,000, 500,000. The emphasis here is any offense. Any offense. Certain things were spelled out, but it's not restricted to those things that were written. Because it says any offense pertaining to this act has this penalty. So we're going to look at that. The ISPON again has the power under this act to regulate these activities and ensure that their functions are performed according to the act. That's the listen is not working. Okay. Please go to the. Okay. So go up. Okay. Move forward. Before this. No? Okay. What are the objectives? What does ISPON Act want to achieve? So, what does ISPON Act 2014 want to achieve? Because I think one thing, it appears that even if you listen to the speech of the honorable member, it's in line with this. It appears that the government thinks that a lot has not been done about safety in Nigeria. So they were thinking of a body corporate that can drive safety management in Nigeria. And the opportunity of ISPON coming was a good one today. So the body corporate, we have to drive safety through one, training professionals in safety management. The act wants the body, ISPON, to train safety professionals for Nigerian organizations. To collaborate with relevant agencies, we will see more about that. That is to partner with relevant agencies and ensure that safety is properly regulated for the benefit of all of us. Then we talk about determining the knowledge and skill required to practice as safety professionals here. Now, this is very important. It's too critical. One, ISPON has such power to determine who a safety professional is in Nigeria. So, it tells you pass through this kind of training, you acquire this kind of certificate, and you go through this process, then you become a safety professional in Nigeria. By this particular provision, it becomes very difficult for us to understand why ISPON certificates will be relegated for foreign certificates. It is not justifiable at all. Because by this particular provision of this act, you cannot practice safety in Nigeria unless as determined by ISPON. Otherwise, you cannot be seen as a professional. So, determining the knowledge and skill required to practice as a professional, engaging in necessary activities to promote the advancement of safety management in Nigeria. This is all embracing. It is not just limited to the provisions of that section. It is telling us that ISPON has the power to engage in all other activities as far as they are not inconsistent Nigeria, engage in every other activity to promote safety in Nigeria. So this is very important for us to take note of it. Then it says the act goes on and then gives ISPON the power to perform all the government wants them to do. Such powers you witness in section 3 of the Act. Perform necessary functions for the advancement of ISPON and safety management profession in Nigeria. What are we talking about here? What we are saying is that everything that will give us a perfect situation in the management of safety profession in Nigeria, the Act has given us. So it is no more a case of what we do. It is a case we have been given all the strength, all the powers, all the authority to do it the best way that is beneficial for Nigerians. So what we are saying here is, by this provision, he said we can set up, maintain, and publish list of safety professionals in Nigeria. Then I ask the question: is it true that somebody from any country in the world can come to Nigeria and practice as a professional, without being recognized by ISPON? Not be legal by this profession, by this provision. It will be illegal. So what we are saying now is that our multinational companies in this country, they are taking us for granted. Because there is a law in existence that says if you want to bring a foreigner, a foreign professional person, he has to be recognized. Of course, he has to be part of safety profession in Nigeria. That is ISPON. So it is very wrong for us to see that professional foreigners who come here and take over our jobs. It's very wrong. And it's illegal. Not only that it is wrong, it is illegal. That's the provision, that is the position of the law. You cannot do otherwise. You cannot live here and go to London and start opening up a hospital and start practicing. No. Or you go to America and start practicing as a lawyer. No. You can't even come to Nigeria and practice as a lawyer unless you go through the process. So that is the situation. It says we should conduct training, examination, and award certificate and diploma. This is another strength of ISPON. That we have to conduct training, and for us to conduct training, something is required. We must develop good content that will suit and provide for Nigerian safety profession requirements. Good training that gives the competence that is needed for us to go on in Nigeria. So the other one it says here is that we have the power to advise. In this case, it is discretionary. Employers of labor organizations can rely on our competence and our expertise. They can rely on our advice. So when they do that, it becomes an obligation for us to give them good advice, and we are going to be held liable for anything we have done in the wrong manner, because we are being seen as professionals, experts. So they will rely on whatever thing we tell them. That is why it is necessary for safety professionals to be engaged in safety, in training and retraining from time to time. That is what is needed of us. Now, Okay. Now, no, it's okay. It's not working. Contact. Now, what are the functions and powers provided in the Act? We continue with that. Develop and improve on all aspects of safety management through research. The key word there, through research. In other words, we are going to find out, we are going to develop new things. We are going to improve on existing things. We are not going to rely entirely on copy and paste. That is how it is. So that is what is required of us by the Act. The Act again says we are going to hold some programs, some activities like seminar, workshop, stakeholders talk as we are holding today. From time to time, these things are necessary. Because I know that in the end of this particular event, more good things are going to come out from it. And continuously, if we engage in it, we are going to develop gradually, and it's going to be beneficial to all of us. Okay. Now, it talks about regulation. I have a diagram here about regulation. Actually, regulation is a function of the regulatory bodies. Regulatory agencies are agents of the executive. The function of the executive is to implement laws. And regulatory agencies are used to implement these laws as part of the executive. And what is happening here now is that ISPON can partner with all the relevant government agencies, be it police, be it NADAC, be it customs, be it any organization that has functions that are relevant to safety. So we have the power, the Act says that we can collaborate with them and regulate safety. And there are things that are expected of us. On the basis of our functions, we perform what we are supposed to do, and we are supposed to have continuous interaction with all other regulatory agencies to be able to perform our functions effectively. We will look at that. So the Act knows that to do all these things, we need money. To do all these things, we have to generate funds. Therefore, the Act says that we can generate funds in different forms. Fees paid for training, donations, gifts, philanthropic organizations, they can assist us. All these are the ways the ISPON can generate funds. Now, funding of the institute is section 7. Is section 7. We are saying that fees and monies from the institute activities is allowed. Gifts, loans, grants in aid is allowed. Return in investments is allowed, and other monies that are due to the institute. So this is to help us to carry out all the activities as stated in the Act. So the ISPON can generate money from training. The ISPON can generate money from activities with other organizations. ISPON can generate money and accept gifts and can get loan from organizations for any activity we have to do. So to prepare us for the job, the work that is expected of us by the Act. Now, Section 10 knows very well that without proper records, you are heading nowhere. And therefore, he gives that responsibility, he drops it on the table of the registrar, as directed by the board. That's what the Section 7 is talking about, that we will have to talk about the records. Now, we have Section 11, registration of members. I am interested in this statement by Peter Drucker. He said management is doing things right, leadership is doing the right thing. Management is doing things right, leadership is doing the right thing. Of course, the leadership has to provide the management. If the management is doing the wrong thing, it will provide those who will do the wrong thing. If the management is doing the right thing, it will provide those who will do the right thing. So in ISPON, the Act is saying that 1, qualification must be right. 2, behavior must be right. If these 2 things are put together, definitely ISPON will have the needed management to drive safety as expected of it in Nigeria. So we say quality input begets quality output. Now, approval of course is very important because sometimes we see ourselves as a brand manager, chairman of ISPON in Lagos. I have seen situations where people present certificates to me. Sometimes you ask them, they say it was when we were doing youth service. Some people came to our camp and did training for us for 2 days and gave us general agency and level 3. I clapped for them. I said, please, this is not acceptable. In the first place, the body you did the training with is not known to ISPON. Secondly, we have a period we run general HSC. You cannot get the 2 in 2-3 days. It's not acceptable. So, ISPON has the prerogative to approve certificates or training courses as far as safety management is concerned in Nigeria. Is the responsibility of ISPON. So, for any institute to conduct any program of training approved by ISPON, such institute has to be accredited by ISPON. Ask a question. All these people, all these groups that give you training, do they have ISPON accreditation? All the certificates you accept as employers of labor, such certificates, are they approved by ISPON? One thing should be taken note of. It is illegality. And that's why I have told you that it says any deviance from the provision of the Act is an offense as far as safety management is concerned. I'm not talking of other professions, no. So for anybody to bring a foreign certificate that has not been approved by ISPON is not acceptable. So we are in the world where people don't obey the laws unless they are forced to obey the laws. Without law, if you will see that people do things anyhow they want it. So discipline is one other section that ISPON in the Act. And we are saying putting the house in order. If ISPON is not disciplined internally, it cannot do anything good. So Section 13 is saying that the board appoints the disciplinary committee, and the committee can sit, discuss any petition written against any man, any member for professional misconduct. So it says the board determines whether a convicted member should be reprimanded, suspended. For the provision here is that the suspension will not exceed 6 months. Otherwise, the person has to be registered if the case is so serious. The person has to be registered. And once you are registered, you can only be registered after 2 years. That's the provision of the law. So after 2 years, you can be registered. But once you are registered, that might be the end if the board does not reconsider you. So, the disciplinary section talks about the committee, what it does. It considers cases of professional misconduct. It does carry out investigation as to whether the person, the accused, is guilty or not. So, if after their decision, they can make recommendation to the board, and it is the board that will decide on which punishment that person has to be given. Who is a safety professional? The section 16 of the Act is saying that a safety professional is somebody that has studied science-related or other courses that are acceptable to ISPON. And the key word here is the bottom line, whose name is in the register of ISPON. So in Nigeria, once your name is not in the register of ISPON, you are not a safety professional. We should take note of that. We should also talk about deviant behaviors, offenses that are stated in the Act. Section 14 talks about a non-registered member holding himself as a registered member or making false claims as to one's qualification to secure registration or false entry in the register. So this is considered offense in the Act. And the Act is saying that if you are found guilty of any of these things, you, as an individual, you are liable to pay a fine of 100,000 or attend a workshop in Kirikiri for 6 months. That's what the law says. Then in the corporate body case, you know, sometimes it is difficult to handle corporate body issues because the MD sometimes does not start for them. So in the corporate body case, you will pay 500,000. That's the provision of the law. Then let us discuss it. Can ISPON midwife the safety management envisaged by the Act? Let us find out whether it is. In section 2C, that is the objective section, it says ISPON is to do all such things as may be necessary to promote the advancement of safety profession in both public and private sectors of the economy. In other words, it's like saying the authority, the power given is almost endless as far as safety practice is concerned. It says again that in section 3E, it talks about the function and power. It says again, ISPON can perform such other functions as may be necessary for the advancement of the institute and safety management profession. Is a very powerful provision for us. It talks again in section 1B and 2I that ISPON, even when you don't have the power to enforce the laws, even where you don't have the power to prosecute, even where you don't have the power to issue license or suspend, ISPON can collaborate with such bodies that have such powers and effect this. Therefore, there need to be synergy. There need to be cooperation and collaboration. So, Section 3 says, ISPON can affiliate, that is in terms of academic qualifications, ISPON can affiliate with universities or other tertiary institutions, award higher degrees. ISPON can affiliate with tertiary institutions to award professional certificates. So we have this power, it is almost endless. ISPON is not a petty organization, it is a very big organization that has serious backing by the law. We should take note of that. So collaboration and regulations, again, it says, ISPON makes regulation and rules for incidental and supplementary matters as it may consider expedient for the purposes of this law. Now, what this thing is telling us is that ISPON, even in Section 5, the Section 5 says ISPON, the board, can draw out rules and policy guidelines. So when I hear some people who are arguing that by the act of ISPON, we are not, the ISPON Act did not support branches, I say what you don't know. You are saying what you don't know. This particular section alone says ISPON can make regulations and rules for incidentals and supplementary. Then those other things that the law did not take care of, as far as it concerns safety management. Now, some of the bodies ISPON can synergize with. We have registered companies in Nigeria, 1.3 million corporate bodies registered. We have regulatory bodies, 191. We have universities, 170. Polytechnics, 69. Monotechnics, 47. Colleges of education, 152. Then federal ministries and departments will have 24. That's what I got. That is what I got from my search. So, with this number of corporate organizations, ISPON does not have the number of professionals to handle them. We don't have, I am telling you the truth, we don't have the number of professionals yet to handle them. That means we have serious work to do. That means we are still expecting more professionals to join us. That means employment is everywhere for ISPON members. This is true, no argument. Now, look at this diagram. ISPON has these functions: train, conduct examination, award certificates and diploma, do safety audit, determine qualifications, research into new methods, develop content, do accreditation, determine courses, and set safety standards. Who is ISPON doing these things for? It is doing this thing for the benefit of employers who are expected to get appropriate training, most times from ISPON. Get ISPON recognized certificates. Sponsor research where necessary. Think of local content. Talk of ISPON accredited consultants where all of us will be beneficiaries. Then keep to standards. Then ISPON has done this. These people are expected to do this. There is enforcement duties or functions of the regulatory bodies. They carry out inspection from time to time to see whether what is available is consistent with what has been done here, to see whether there is compliance, to negotiate with them where it is necessary, where the power they have is not enough. The verify, the due variation of license conditions. What I mean by this, some organizations are not as serious as others. So the regulatory agencies, they look at it and waive out certain important conditions for you. They carry out prosecution, they issue permit and licenses, they issue enforcement notices, they can revoke your permission, your permit, and they can issue injunctions. These are areas that we can collaborate with regulatory agencies and we will achieve a lot. Now, please help me. No. No, don't do that. We have. Now, what do we do? You look at this. What we are saying is, if you want to be noticed, you raise up your hand. If this one wants to be noticed, they must do more. If you want to get to a place, a destination, you must take a step. If ISPON want to move to where the ISPON Act has placed them, they must make a move. Then, if you want to be heard, please, sorrow, soke. So, these are our challenges. Our challenges, the Honorable has mentioned it. Quackery, quest for foreign certificate. Please, Honorable Member, please, you people should help us and do something about that. You should help us and do something like that. It's killing the local professionals. Now, relegation of indigenous professionals, up to today, if you go to some organizations, the Office of the Security and Safety is at the basement. Because your performance cannot be physically seen at the bottom line, and it is a mistake. Now, inadequate training, crisis, failure to synergize, lack of publicity, misdirected focus, as ISPON is suffering today. Because from 2014, instead of thinking of the benefit of this thing, we are thinking of elongation of tenure, and that is why we are suffering. But God forbid that happen again in ISPON. Now, self-destructive activities. I would have explained this thing more, because as the chairman of Lagos branch, I know what I passed through. When you will go to a place, explain the situation to somebody, another person will hear you have gone there, he will go there and cancel everything and condemn you and do this and give the person conditions that you will not contemplate any human being can do that. It's self-destructive and it's unfortunate. Now, I thank you for listening to me, and this is the much I have to offer you. God bless you.
Thank you very, very much. One thing that I said behind this, I want to take Mazi's advice to Sorosuke. Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the standing ovation. Please, another round of applause for Mazi. Mazi, please, the pointer. Okay, so what the governing board will do is to take those recommendations that Mazi has given. I think we'll work on this.
But sincerely, Master, we really want to thank you. There's one slide here that stole my heart away. The one that you use subsets. You use subsets to show what ISPON is supposed to be doing and what ISPON can offer, and then with the regulatory bodies, that collaboration is sharp and fantastic. All of ISPON will come back to you for more on that, Mazi. I'm so grateful that you're in the governing board, so you bring the subset back to the meeting. Thank you very much, sir. I think that because of how far time has been spent, it would be best to collapse technical sessions together, take all the technical discussions, and then so that we will still beat the time. So in that line, the last presenter is not available anymore, but Lagos State Safety Commission has sent us a message. I think that in place of that presentation, we should just take a 5-minute message from the DG Lagos State Safety Commission. Then we go to the next presentation by Engineer Jamiu Badmos. Then we have a panel session to discuss everything we have heard. What we want to establish at the end of this program is to ensure that we have sectoral representatives whom we can, whenever we want to talk to this sector, we have people from there like that. And then ISPON wants to have, for every sector, ISPON wants to have an engagement with that sector after now. We don't want to come up with something that people will say, where did this one fall from? So it has to be done through the 3 C's of safety management: consultation, cooperation, and communication. We are going to put these 3 together as we proceed. So at this point in time, I would like to, I don't know what titles they give to authors, whether you call them author. So I'd like to call on Author Inka Adebi, who is representing the DG Lagos State Safety Commission, to give us that message.
Yes, thank you very much. First and foremost, let me recognize the Chairman, House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, ably represented by the Vice Chairman in the same committee. Well, I am standing in for Lagos Safety Commission and the DG, and at the same time, as a runaway is NISP ISPON member, I joined then NISP in 1999. You'll be wondering, I ran away, I'm back. The likes of my brother here, Adam Zotiti, were holding meetings together then. And I think the late Aigogo. Well, there's need for us to also recognize late Aigogo. Well, I'm not aware if we had had 1 minute silence for him, it is not good enough. And I want to seek your indulgence that we all stand up and just 1 minute for Aigogo. These are the founding members of NISP ISPON. It's not good enough if you can just ignore like that. I learned he died 2 weeks back. I got to know that here when I got here. Please, let's have 1 minute silence for Aigogo. May the souls of Aigogo and other members who had departed rest in perfect peace. Thank you. Please sit down. I was not informed al initio that I'm going to deliver a speech, but I learned my DG was had been asked to deliver a speech. It was like got I told me that where is this person? This is not coming. He had to attend another engagement somewhere, and he has asked me to come and represent him today. So I quickly had to scribble something down so that I won't just be caught unawares. So I congratulate all members of ISPON on this occasion of Stakeholders Engagement Forum for the formation of framework for standards of safety management practice in Nigeria. Lagos Safety Commission was established by law on the 26th of July 2011 with the mandate of ensuring safety of lives and property in the state of SNS. But before then, it was known as Office of Public Safety, and it had the office in the Ministry of Special Duties until 2011 when it became a full-fledged safety commission by law. On inauguration, safety awareness was at 0 level. It was at 0%. Today, through advocacy, sensitization, and training, we have exceeded 70% awareness in Lagos State. And let me seize the opportunity to give kudos to our major stakeholder. And who is this major stakeholder? SAEF, Safety Advocacy and Empowerment Foundation. They have done quite a lot in Lagos State and by extension Nigeria to carry safety to the highest extent. Please, can we have a round of applause for SAEF, please? Please. Thank you. The Commission has been collaborating with all stakeholders, SAEF at all. Don't forget, our Commission is the only one in Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa. We are ready more than ever before to work with ISPON to carry safety to the highest level it belongs. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the representative of the DG, Lagos State Commission. Thank you so much, Mr. Daly. I had in mind, somehow, intuitively, that you will do some of the things you did. Thank you very much. That's why I called you Otto. All right, so please, just before we move over to the next program, I'd like to invite for the next presentation on integrating stakeholders' engagement with the business of safety management in Nigeria. I would like to invite an erudite safety professional, a very distinguished gentleman, an organizer of safety engagement. He is a star organizer for all safety engagements in Nigeria. He is being fondly called the social prefect of the safety industry in Nigeria. One of the best MCs I have ever met in these industries, at least within a short time so far. He is also a social organizer and a director of advocacy with the Safety Advocacy and Empowerment Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to call on Engineer Jamiu Badmos for that next presentation. Please, a round of applause as he comes forward.
All praises are due to the Almighty Wise Creator, the first without a beginning and the last without an end. having celebrated my God, having saluted my God, having recognized my God, I give honor and respect to all the members of the House Committee on Safety Standards, from the chairman, Honorable Hamza, to the representative, a great leader, Honorable Shinedu. I celebrate you, sir. I must confess, with due respect, at least I'm close to 50 years old now. Since I've been practicing health and safety for over 20 years of full practice, I never practiced that. I practiced full from American firm up to today. I have never in my life, I have never seen a political leader in this country that will stand up and speak to health and safety as you have done, sir. We celebrate you. We celebrate you. I have never, and as I was speaking, I was looking at one of our great leaders in health and safety in this country, Dr. Nicholas Okene, and he was confirming and affirming what I said. And if Baba should affirm what anybody said, know that that thing is truth. Baba is always for truth. Members of the House, I celebrate you, sir. I celebrate you. You have seen lectures, you have seen political people talking. We've had them all. We've been in several programs. In short, when you finish speaking, I told my colleagues, I said, I don't have anything to say. No lecture. The man has spoken the way stakeholders engagement is all about. It's all about people. You cannot survive without people. Businesses cannot thrive without people. And that is why in sustainability, we always say it hinges itself on 3 P's. The people, the planet, and the profit. And that is why in the present world, under environmental and social governance, health and safety, let us widen our scope of knowledge, ESG, and GRI reporting. You see that the people plays a critical role in making us to be where we are today. Today, we are going to go through some aspects. Are you moving for me? I like controlling myself. Thank you. We are going to go through some areas. Critically, I will talk about stakeholders engagement philosophy. And I will link it up with ISO standards. And I will end it with sustainability. And that is what governs the world today. Firstly, leaders present here, Mr. President, I celebrate you. Because you are there when we are small and you taught us what leadership is. You may forget, but remember I said 2015, then Oga Steve, the deputy president, was just a staunch member, not yet a president of ASE. But you trained us how to be a leader. It took to what you have trained, you become ASE president. And now he's your deputy. So your leadership is working. That's what they call leadership, by influence, not leadership by coercion. Thank you very much, Mr. President. All members of the governing board, I celebrate you. My great teacher and powerful leader there, if you like, cover your eyes. I will know this is foreman. Cover your eyes, I know foreman when I'm sleeping and dreaming. Members of the house, our brother from Abuja is struggled hard, ISPON, and moved to Abuja again and become a member of the house. Leader, I celebrate you. Former president of ISPON, you think I will not see you, sir? Who am I? I have another job. I greet you, sir. You're a great man, Dr. Yusuf Magui. May God continue to elevate and strengthen you. May we all with due respect, let us stand up and greet. Let us shake our body. Greet ourselves with this corona greeting now. Use your leg to greet yourself. Shake your body. Everybody, let's do that. Let's do that. Now, correct. Correct. See people. Yeah, good. Good. Let's do that. Correct. Good. Let people embrace ourselves. Correct. Good. Correct. Yeah, we need to be happy. We are in happy mood now. It's good. It's good. Correct. 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 Good. Don't fall down. Make it safe. Make it safe. Correct. Yeah, that is good. Thank you, madam. That's a very good one. Very good. You know, those days when you greet yourself and you use elbow greeting, when we were in the campus those days, people, you know what they are going to call you. But due to COVID now, we all greet that same way. The topic given to me is about engagement. And what we have just done now is engaging ourselves. It's not just talking, but we must practicalize what we are preaching. Before I continue, I'll finish my class very brief, don't worry. Let's go for brain teaser. On behalf of, this one is too tough, let me go to this one. That one is very tough. They will say I'm wicked. How do you bring it? You are not saying I'm wicked, please stop. Okay, it's how to bring it, okay? Look at these towers. Which two are identical? If you get it by finish counting 10, then you have 10,000. Here, 10K. 1, 2, 3, 4. A and C, no. 5. B and C, no. What? D and E, no. D and E, no. C and no. D and F, no. E and F, no. E and F, no, there. Okay. None. Look at it. Look at this C. Look at C. Look at C first. Yellow, red, this, and blue. Look at F. They turn it. Turn F upside down. Blue, red, yellow. So the answer is C and F. You are correct. C and F. You got it too? Okay, come. They both got it. You are both correct. C and F. What is the price? Oh, no problem. Okay. What did I say? The price? What's the price? 10,000. 10,000 what? 10,000 kobo? 10,000 naira? 10,000 dollars? 10,000 slap? 10,000 dollars? Always make sure you have a value to what you are saying. Thou shalt not assume. Mr. President, you don't go to. Now, it is part of engagement. That's what the topic is. How do we engage ourselves? And we should make it as practical as possible. This one, we now waste something from the only member of the house, but I've not declared what it is. It could be slap, it could be a shake, it's fine. 2024. Which number is correct there? D. B. If you say any answer, you tell us why. You want to say this is A, why? Okay. You finish your computer, don't worry.
It's a B.
B. Why is it B?
Because you see 4 digits there. 2 is a digit, 0 is also a digit, a number, 2 and a 4.
What of the first one? Why is it wrong?
Because the first one talks about 0044.
Okay. You know why the first and the last are wrong? It's supposed to be, if it is 2 zeros, then you can take it. If it is 2 fours, then you can take it. So the one that goes straight, 2024, is B. Thank you. Let's now start the lecture. Shun Shun Shin. I know you are all surprised at why this language. For you to engage people, you must understand their language. You must communicate. Speaking is different from communicating. In speaking, you talk. I have said something as Shun. If I say it in Chinese people, to Chinese people seated, they will aid me because what it means is a very good thing. But you don't understand me. A professor was speaking one day, very big professor, and he was using big grammar, the fundamentalism or the oligarchia or the ferocious, good English. And everybody stood up, they cannot hear him. And they left the gathering and went away. Remained only one person. That person stood from the back and came to the front and sat down and did like this. So when Prof raised up his head and said, "Where are my audience?" They said, "Prof, they've all gone." Prof said, "Why?" He said, "Prof, they cannot, they didn't hear what you are saying." Prof said, "So you are getting me?" He said, "I can't hear you too, Prof. I am your driver, just waiting for you to finish, and then we carry our bag and we go." Prof was not engaging. That anywhere I say some things that are not clear, feel free to ask me to stop and let me make it clear in a language that all of us will understand. Who is a stakeholder? No one is wrong. Any definitions you like. I will just call 3 people. Who do you think is a stakeholder? So I will not pick it up from there, then we'll finish the lecture. It's like a flight. I will just land immediately. Let me go to the back to make sure that I engage. I can call anyone. Don't worry. Don't say, just say something, your own opinion. I've seen doctor here. Doctor will be very big. Let me leave doctor alone. Doctor, you are welcome. Okay, let me start from who is the stakeholder? Who do you think is the stakeholder? Your own opinion. Don't try to say something.
People who are interested in what you are doing.
People who are interested in what you are doing, they are stakeholder. Okay? Malam Kabir, don't call you, don't be afraid. Malam Kabir, who is a stakeholder?
In addition, people who are affected by what you are doing.
Those who are also affected what you are doing. And
people that what you are doing are affecting.
Oh my God! People who are affected by what you are doing. People you are affecting what you are doing. People who are being affected is a very good definition. You are not very good. Let's go like this. Who is a stakeholder? If you go back to general definitions, there could be one person, there could be a group of people, there could be internal or external. There could be amongst you, there could be those not among you that always have something that affects either directly or indirectly by the activities in which you are doing. Then those people are referred to as stakeholders. All your definitions is what is there. You are all correct, 3 of you. Good definitions. And if this is what a stakeholder is, the GRI, which is one of the best ways to report sustainability in the world today, GRI is one of the best ways. It says, when you say stakeholders, it's entities or individuals, of course, that will always have some things that will have impact on the reporting activities of your business, of organizations. Your objectives, your strategies, they have impact to make you to achieve those objectives, and they have impact to make you not to achieve those objectives. They are not stakeholders. In occupational health and safety, we have a Bible, a Quran, a spiritual book, a standard. We do respect, man, honorable, there's a standard we call ISO 45001 2018. It's international. That is the only and first standard in the world on health and safety. It was published March 12, 2018. If you go to that standard, another standard, under clause 4.2, or the former will bear me witness, 4.2 talks directly straight to meeting the needs and expectations of interested parties. And the standard now explains further that interested parties are the same as your what? As your stakeholders. But standard love that word, interested parties. And remember, organizations attract and retain the support of relevant interested parties they depend on for their success. ISPON, as a professional body, has a lot of interested parties within and outside. Outside includes all the industry experts, all the industry organizations, all manufacturers, MAN, insurance companies, every one of associations, everybody at least wants to be safe. So ISPON as a regional body has almost, I can say without any sort of contradiction, the highest number of stakeholders because it's about health and safety. It's about life. If you look at the mirror today, the person you see is responsible for your safety. If you see that village woman in your house, that woman is one directing you. But I know you are going to see yourself. So if all of us are going to see ourselves, then safety is for everyone across. So if you go to that standard clause 4.2, by the time you look at 4.1, internal, external issues, by 4.2, you see interested parties. You start mentioning their needs and expectations. I will get to that part. So that is what Potmatana told us. Why do we need to do stakeholders engagement? Why do we need to bring stakeholders as we have just done, bring more people? This is not the end. If you do stakeholder like this and we end it here, we are not doing stakeholder. Stakeholder will continue with iterative. Because some people say proactive, yes, but it must be iterative, must continue to engage different people. How many of us have even engaged the informal sector? We are still going to engage them. Informal sector, they are the neglected workers. We neglect them. And if you look at the economy of this country, they play a critical role in the economy of the nation. But we professionals, so this movement we are doing now, stakeholder engagement, we still go to that level. Benefits include one, there will be greater clarity and shared vision. We are now come back to say this is the vision of ISPON, this is what we want to do, everybody will now queue on the way. If people you call followers don't understand what the leaders are talking about, the strategy is going to fail. That is why Peter Drucker says strategy. Culture eats strategy with breakfast. Because when you see culture of the people and you don't manage their culture, that strategy you are doing at the top, they will turn it into breakfast, turn it into lunch, turn it into dinner. Chance to voice opinions. When we engage ourselves like this, and you stand up and say some things, I must confess, some people here may not be as professional as some of our guys. But when they make comments, we are going to benefit from them. So they feel their opinions, people are engaged, people can think of bringing new solutions. This is all about collaboration. You can't do it alone. Bashir M.K. Abdullah of Blessed Memory, he said, please, you cannot clap your hand with just one hand. So we can do it now, we do it like this. So that's not clapping, you must what? 2 hands. So therefore, collaboration comes in. At the end of the day, you save cost and you have competitive advantage over others. This world is a world of risk. Risk is critical to every operations we do now. And that is why organizations are moving into enterprise risk management system, ERM framework. Whether they use COSO framework or they use ISO 31000 framework. Everybody is moving to risk now. And in that wise, if you engage people very well, you can understand your risk before they come to disrupt your activities and your programs. And the last one is accountability and trust. You must have trust. If trust is not there, then we are going to fail. Honorable Shinedu, with due respect, Honorable, you said a lot. And as you are speaking, I was just going through and said, I'm going to talk again. You spoke about trust, and because of talking, and you said, when next you are coming, you come as what? One. You are adding one. That is trust. We need to bring ourselves together as one and have that trust. Because separately, we are not achieving unless you are deceiving yourself. I can say it without any sort of contradiction. There is achievement is still zero. We are starting this point from the beginning. 1980, our fathers, they set up this, they have a vision. We derailed after some time. Not anybody here, all of us. It's a joint. Now we are coming back. This stakeholders engagement, this unison, this one, this unity is very, very critical. Unless we will not achieve all our dreams of our forefathers that they gave to us. And how do we achieve this? Is by having accountability and trust. Yes, we've lost it in the past, doesn't mean everybody passed through those challenges. We are not the first. Let's pass through challenges. But when you pass through challenges, you come out stronger if you understand stakeholder engagement. Let's watch this small video. You see, this element petrochemical. Six. These are youth. You think the youth are restless. You see mothers. So if mothers are restless, you see fathers. On the same community. See mothers. See elderly woman. They shut down the plan. We share the video for us. Why would they not shut down the plan when there is no trust between communities and those who are working there? Indorama is working there, it's making money. Now the communities, you need to engage them. You need to have some relationship. If you don't have it, they will fight you like this and they stop your operations. I said it before. Sustainability hinges itself on 3 P's. People make a business. People make everything work. Now they let people come to disrupt the business. In India, in 1 year, Coca-Cola came to that part of India and they were using their groundwater to produce. The people protested that Coca-Cola has used everything in the groundwater. And they went to court. Coca-Cola won the case in court, quite all right, but they learned something, stakeholder engagement. They started engaging the people. Though we have won in court, but it doesn't make sense. Let's start engaging you and see how we can work together and partner. And that is the spirit of sustainability. Experience has shown that trust and relationship take time to build. For a lot of us that are saying this one should come back, is good, that's what we want. It may take some time. And I want to say openly here, Mr. President, Ikeja is our leader, Pastor Ozamere is a leader, they are leaders. They met and they agreed maximum timeline of what? 6 months. And they will do their best to make it happen. My leaders from the house, I'm telling you, Mr. President is here. They are very good people. This is the first time again that ISPON will have 2 people on different sides. We have been having one professional, one not. That's the problem. For the first time when Ogamagu was there, one not. So there's one. But now the 2 are both professionals. The 2 are okay. The 2 they have money. The 2 brain is there. The 2 nothing they need other than to help us. And they've agreed. It's from their mouth. They told us they agreed. 6 months. You achieve it, Oga. And your name will be written in gold in this country. The only member of the house name, whether we like it or not, is already written in gold. After say 2022, the moderator is there, the MD is there. He said that honorable must be given an outstanding award in this country. All members of that house, of that committee. That committee is too great. It's the first time we are seeing this. To build trust, please listen, colleagues and my leaders. Organization must show it has listened and acted in response to stakeholders' concerns. Stakeholder concerns is ISPON to be at the top and bring all professional bodies, everybody with health and safety in this country under the umbrella of ISPON, no matter where you come from. No matter, quote me, I belong to all organizations. In abroad, I belong to all. I say, I just everywhere I belong. I'm a player in all of them, but you come under. ISPON at 2014. And at the point in time, our leaders will direct us on how to remove some external examinations, and ISPON becomes examination body to determine how we rule this country. You now see people coming to pay 350,000 naira, 400,000 naira for work that is Nigerians that we train, and we send all those money back to abroad. Okay, former bearing witness, he knows, that one knows. We spend money. We are the one that will train our people. 350K, almost 3/4 of the money goes to those people they enjoy. We will review our syllabus, we will make our syllabus standard, and we will move on as a country. And we don't need anybody to teach us what to do in this country. Our leaders, I know we achieve this. It's not difficult for us. We've gone everywhere in the world. Ikeja, my Oga here, Oga Stephen, they've addressed people in US. Oga Magu addressed them. US they expect us. And now we now come here, we now play so cheap. Look at what Standard Bank said. Our stakeholders are our business. That's Standard Bank, the owner of Stanbic IBTC from South Africa. They don't joke with it. It's in a report that our stakeholders, and if you joke with stakeholders, they will lose everything that we're supposed to have. And that is why I've said it before, sustainability is what is going on. And when we created the SDGs from number 1 to number 17, you can bear with me, the last number, 17, talks about what? Partnership. That's the reason for the word to say that after we have given you all the SDGs, 1 to 16, we get to the last one. I will say, partnership that works with what we talk. We can harmonize everything, and all of us come to work as a team and as one. I want to go to how to build, and I'll write it up. How do you build effective stakeholder engagement? I have 2 approaches: the silver approach and the PDCA approach. That's the standard approach, and that's how we can come together as one. If you take the silver approach, it's so simple. As for you need to set your engagement goals and strategy. Here now, this is our goal. We want to do this for informal sector, do this for professionals, do this. This is our goal. From that goal and objective and strategy, we move to identify your stakeholders. Safety has plenty stakeholders. We need to start mapping out who is more critical. Out of our stakeholders, some are very critical, some are just mild, some just tell them they should just carry along. Those that are very critical, don't joke with them. They're important to us. So we need to start looking at how to do a map chart using Johnson and Scholl's strategy. I will explain it to us. And now start validating our relationships by doing good engagement. What we are doing now is engagement. Some will not use this time. Some will go to town hall meetings. It's also engagement. Some will go to one-on-one. It's engagement. Some will use survey. It's engagement. Some will use workshops. It's engagement. The time that you are going to use will be the one that is important to the people, the stakeholders you are talking to. If you are talking to those who are those who clean arms, butchers, tailors, we will not be speaking like this. We will speak in their own language so that they can also understand us. The PDCA approach is so simple, just like plan, do, check, act. Let's plan what we want to do strategically, have the process in place, then start doing what we want to do, check it if it is okay or we are not getting it well. Because you plan some things, when you get to the field, it's a different thing to see. So quickly we strategize, then we review our strategy. We'll give the slide. Then, to build stakeholders engagement, please take note, my leaders. If you want everything to work, number 1 point is we must build it on common values and vision. That's visionary leadership. We have common values. This one is not taking this, we are taking the same direction. Number 2 is a 2-way communication thing. Not nobody should talk here, only off the top. Find out. When you do that, others will not lose interest in what you are doing, and they work out. It must be 2 ways. Say your mind. Tell me, I tell you, they will resolve it. It must 2 ways so I can address issues. No manipulation or coercion. In short, leadership is not by coercion. When you say you are a leader and it's to force somebody to do something and they are forcibly doing it, they are not leaders. Because area boys in Moshi can also force people to do the same thing, and that is not a leader. So leadership is all about influence. Let them do it and they will do it. I gave a story in the last presentation at Vision Zero International Conference. I gave a story on leadership. Let me just say one, and that's Paul O'Neill in Alqua. Paul O'Neill in Alqua was appointed as CEO of Alqua, aluminum company of America. And when he came forward to speak to the staff and the board, he took his microphone and he said, "Today I'm standing here to speak to you on how we are going to drive this company forward. I am going to reduce the incident rate in this company. Safety is our vision. Safety is our focus. Everybody, they look at him and say, this man is mad. We are talking of money. He's talking of safety. When he started, he joined them doing everything. They do safety, safety, safety. You are able to change their marginal profit from $3 billion to $27 billion. Everybody shouted. You know why? When you do safety, people become more productive. No more accidents. People are happy and motivated. The company do so and they make a lot of money. We can do that. Please, all engagement, we must make sure that we involve all those who are going to be affected. And this is where I want to just quickly tell us this aspect. Using stakeholder engagement matrix, using Johnson shows, if you take this side as influence or power, or we call it power and influence matrix, you take this side as interest, stakeholders, automatically, if power is high and if interest is high, such a person is here. They are key player. Engage them closely. Yes or no? Example is federal government. Federal government power on ISPON, on safety is high. Federal government influence, federal government interest is also high. So manage federal government closely. Engage them closely. Engagement of the House is very good for us. My leader, as I speak today, Nigeria is one of the countries in Africa that has no occupational safety and health act. It's a slap on the professionals, all of us. Nigeria, we don't have occupational safety and health act. ISPON started long time ago. They spent so much money, back and forth. We don't allow it to go. Some came and said it is federal government that will give the act. We should bring it. So, Mr. President, he said, bring it. We need to achieve something. So by the next year, 2022, we should have occupational safety and health act. That you not see most companies will not be doing the right thing. About just 3-4 days ago, some children were killed at Ojodu. About 1 month ago, gas explosion everywhere. The safety rules are not there. Everybody just trying. But when we have this act, and we have National Council on Occupational Health and Safety in all the states, then you see everybody will sit off. Thank you, my leader. So, Mr. President, we need to manage government closely so they can assist us whatever we want to engage them in. So the same way you engage other people, very important. This engagement has 4 degrees. Number 1, engagement is when you engage people in a reactive manner. Inactive, it is when problem happens, you start calling them, come, and this problem, that is not a good way to engage. After problem, that is reactive and inactive. But by the time you are proactive, you think that these people are more important to us. Let's meet them. That is very good. But we make it interactive. That is the best. Where everybody is free to talk their mind. And from there is trust and we build relationship. As we are about to end the lecture now, I want to say without any fear of contradiction, I've listed companies in the world here. If your company is not there, please, sorry, I'm so my own company is also not there. But in these companies in the world, every one of us are moving from informing and responding to involving stakeholders. We are not doing, let's inform them. Let's just respond to them. No, we're not doing what? Involvement. When you involve me, I will do more. I will take ownership in what you are saying. If you don't involve me, I will say, let them do it. Let's continue now to involve ourselves. In ending this class, and the plane is just landing, I'm landing this flight safely with final message from 2 great leaders that I respect most. I respect them so much. Number 1, Mandela. Dr. Nelson Mandela came out of prison, and instead of fighting the whites and creating more confusion for the country, he spent 4 years, and within his 4 years, he built relationship with every one of them and introduced what we call Ubuntu humanity into the governance of South Africa. Look what he said. If you want the cooperation of humans, not animals now, humans, you want their cooperation around you, you must make them feel
they are important. Don't do people as if you are talking to goats. You must make them feel they are important, and you do that by being genuine and humble. Leadership is about humility. That is what some of our leaders, Ikeja and others, they are. Be humble. Anywhere you are, be humble. When you think you know something, you don't know anything. Dr. Nicholas Okede is there. He's our teacher, he's our mentor, he's a great leader. He came here early before 8 o'clock or so. Doctor, we are seated. Be humble. This is a consultant of refuge beyond health and safety. Be humble, guys. Let's be humble. Leaders, there's nothing in taking your shoulder off. You don't know anything. When you stop, some people will just start. Don't know anything. Let's learn. Be humble. First lesson. Second lesson is from Michelle Obama. Michelle is very sound. Go and ask people very well. Michelle is, I'm sorry to say, more intelligent than Obama. Yes, you can confirm. Call Obama and confirm. Michelle is very intelligent. I'm telling you, just call Obama and confirm. Michelle says that success isn't how much money you make in this life. It's about the difference you make in people's lives. Please, let's go leave this place today and say, I want to impart lives. I've raised, I've gained, I'm big, I'm this. Let me impart lives. Sincerely, let us start to impart lives. And all of us will come as one. And ISPON will become one. Art will be given to us on this day. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. The audience that we have today has an assessment mindset. When you have touched them in a particular corner of their heart, they will stand up. All of them will stand up. They give you a standing ovation. So I don't need to say anything anymore. Engineer Jamiu, you have seen the impact that was made by your very energetic presentation. Thank you very much. Please, let's give him another round of applause. In my mind, what has happened today is that ISPON has been given everything that it needs to do what needs to be done, beginning from the very graceful stakeholders presentation the very graceful stakeholders presentation that was given from the keynote address. That keynote address is very rich. In fact, the depth of it we cannot explore as at yet. And just like Engineer Jamiu said, Africa is not one of those continents where our leaders come to the professionals and speak their language in a way that you could see people, their lips were apart, and they were like, are we waking up from a dream or something? We should be going to the National Assembly to talk about safety and the rest. But we have monkeyed until they have come to us and they are telling us, look, accidents are happening everywhere, you people are here talking safety. That was what I heard from that very fantastic keynote address. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much, Engineer Jamiu. And Mazi, I personally owe you those things we used to give each other. I will give you later. Thank you very much, sir. Before we go into question and answer sessions, I can see online that there are a lot of questions which we will read out when the time comes. But before we go there, let's just have one goodwill message from an arbitrator in the construction industry. A goodwill message from, before the goodwill message, we will have a presentation. Otto Yinka has given us some books here. He has asked me to personally give this presentation to our president, but because who am I will still hand it over to maybe I will use my power of delegation to nominate Engineer Jamiu Badmus to come and do us the honors of presenting the gift to the president. Then the president will now do the presentation of the same to the chairman and vice chairman of... Oh, sorry, I will call on the youngest man in the house. If Engineer Jamiu is not around, I see that, okay. So I will call on Engineer Jamiu, and I will call on the youngest man in the house, our father, Dr. Nicholas Okere, to please come forward. Together with Engineer Jamiu, you will give this presentation. Mr. Inka said I should let you people know that you cannot write a safety book and be giving everybody in the industry without showing it to the fathers of safety in the country. That is why he feels that this is very important at this particular event. So Engineer Jamiu, please, you will come and work like a, you know me, I'm not a, it's elder brothers that work with the fathers. So that's why I'm calling you to work with our father here to hand over this to the president. Then the president, after receiving this touch of authority, will now do the presentation to the chairman and vice chairman of the house. I will hand over the mic to you people and stand aside and go and learn how you people are doing it.
The title, Essentials of Safety and Health, a handbook on public safety for all households, written by Adeyinka Adebiyi. What do I say? I just hand this over to and they are doing like this there. It's giving me indication that I should do what? Well, my dear brothers, sisters, this is a very critical thing. When we are talking about safety, I think I mentioned when I said that you cannot talk of physical health status without safety. Is that correct? Safety is at every stage of your life. And so this is a critical book. I haven't gone through it all. You reviewed it. So it may be, since my son has reviewed it, I agree with it. And so we pass it on for future implementation. A book, when written, is not the answer. It's when you read it and you apply it, that is the answer. Thank you so much.
So, Baba has spoken. So, Mr. President, on behalf of our leader here, a great leader, a great mentor, one of those we look up to, very principled man, we want to hand this over to you for forward transmission to another great leader, another principled leader, and another well-respected leader today. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished Chairman of the House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation. Let me use the words of the younger one, I tremble. For leaving the political palace to come and tremble, to come and mesmerize us, to come and tell us that yes, safety, we are not just politicians, but we are safety men. They've carried out the message to a point that what we are trying to preach, they already have started it in the House and to the upper house, to the executive, by trying to propagate safety at that level. Once again, we want to appreciate you for that beautiful talk. So on behalf of Adeyinka, let me use those old days. I want to call on the immediate past president, Dr. Yusuf Magui, and the able lieutenant. No, he's bigger than me, so by the time they stand by my corner, they will be able to present to able men. Steve Udezi, you're welcome, sir. On behalf of the writer of this book, the author of this book, my name is Adeyinka Adebi, MPA, a handbook on public safety for household in Nigeria. We wish to, I'm handing over to you, to call on the chairman, House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation, National House of Rep, in person of Engineer Sam Chinedu, to stand in for the chairman. You're welcome, sir. Chairman, sir, I may not be able to give overview because our father has been able to edit the book and see that it's good for the household. So on behalf of Mr. Adeyinka Adebi, we present to you a noble book from his archives for you to go through. Thank you, sir. Then, he's wearing double cap. That is for his boss. Not Oga at the top. If you call it Oga at the top, you're on your own. But I can call Oga at the top. This is his own personal one. Permit me to use all the protocols here present. Chairman Emeritus, that's what I'll call it, because you are wearing two caps. On behalf of Adebi Adeyinka, the author of the book, we present to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Adeyinka, I have two gentlemen who are professionals of the Institute of Safety Professionals. How much is the book? I want it now. Two now. I want 2 copies now. Our fathers are the youngest man. Captain Briggs, 96 years old, always bears that. They say the youngest man. There is a train that arrived here successfully to carry this journey along. And part of this train, I'm using my own to present to Honorable Emmanuel, a copy of this book, because you cannot see a train, a group of people enter that train and they are not there. Hello, sir. Honorable Amos Nogadi is our own. In short, I'm going to collect the 10,000 from him. What are you doing? Now, to make it simple, I want to call a member of the governing board, the only lady. We are gender friendly. Dr. Mrs. Teresa Jeremiah to make this presentation.
Honorable sir, he happens to be my chairman. We are in a committee together, and I think I'm highly honored to make this presentation to you. So, on behalf of Adeyinka Adebiyi, I present this to you.
Thank you very, very much. It's very good to see that an event like this has things, that are going wrong. All right. Thank you very much. So we are going to try to stop that interference now, so that it does not continue to cause noise. Okay, thank you. Right, sorry about that. It's a safety event. We're not supposed to be playing with your eardrums. Sorry about that. Okay, so if you're looking at the program for this event, you will see that we have played the first one on the program to bring all the presentations together in one place, and then the panel session on the other side. So we are going to move straight into the panel session, and I'm going to be inviting quite a number of people to the high table, to this side of the high table. But before then, I would like to call on Madam Ekanem Nakan Esquire, who is from the Institute of Construction Arbitrators, to give us a quick goodwill message, and immediately afterwards, we will go into the panel session. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julius Apong. My name is Ekanem Nakanda, and I'm a lawyer. I work with the Institute of Construction Industry Arbitrators here in Lagos. The day is far gone. I'll just spend a few minutes to congratulate the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria on this successful hosting of your strategic stakeholders engagement for sustainable practice of safety management in Nigeria. So I greet the members of the high table, distinguished participants and attendees. I wear some rather big shoes for my employers, members of my organizations who are unavoidably absent. Mr. Kola Awode, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the entire governing council of the Institute of Construction Industry Arbitrators, Mr. Emmanuel Dike, the Secretary General. I bring you greetings from this institute. From the beautiful presentations that have already been made by Mr. Ikeja Ebiwari, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Honorable Engineer Hamza Ibrahim, ably repped by the Honorable Onwaso, and the comments by Honorable Onwaso himself, Mazie Chendu, Engineer Jamiu Badmos. 3 words jumped out at me. First of all, disputes, then arbitration, and then collaboration. Disputes because the Institute of Construction Industry Arbitrators, also known as ICAB, is an organization that deals with all the professionals in the construction industry, and we find out that most of the able speakers at this event are engineers, there are architects, there are lawyers, there are estate surveyors, there are quantity surveyors, and all of us have a duty to talk about safety. And I heard something about disputes arising. And ICAB is very involved in anything that has to do with dispute resolution so that we can all move forward. Dispute resolution, and there are specialist techniques that ICAB handles. I have given a copy of this foldable flyer to Honorable Onwaso, to the registrar, and I will give out a few more to a couple of people. We will definitely reach you, because one other thing we do apart from training professionals in the construction industry is collaboration with government agencies and other stakeholders to be able to impute the ICAB arbitration clause in every contract that has to do with construction. This means that we spend less time on dispute settlement, we do it in a professional manner, and we also can move forward to entrench safety, which cannot happen without collaboration. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish us continued fruitful deliberations. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. I'm always afraid when I call lawyers to talk, because the last time it happened, that was the last time I had the mic for the day. Thank you very much for returning it today. This event is on the fast lane right now. Some very fantastic things have happened to, I'm sure you will all agree that some fantastic things have happened to the safety industry in Nigeria today. A lot has come out from relevant quarters to challenge us in the safety profession of the need, the urgency in the movement of things from where they currently are to where they should be. One thing that this event has done is to establish a gap analysis and to give us the open items to tell us what is in the middle between where we are now and where we are supposed to be. What we want to do next is to establish a panelist session here of people who will come out and tell us what has been identified and what practical steps can be taken in a timely manner to close these gaps that have been identified. Automatically, all those who were members of the high table here are members of the panel, so at any point in time while the session is on, they can feel free to ask questions or make a contribution. This session will last for at least another 45 minutes, and then we should be. And then after that, it's a combination of topics. Apart from that, industries, different sectors of professionals present here are supposed to tell us how ISPON can collaborate with their own industries, even though there is a plan beginning from January to hold sectoral engagement from sector to sector, so that by the time we are hosting engagement with the oil and gas industry, we'll be dealing with all these tanker explosions, so we'll mix them side by side with the transportation industry, so that, we are transporting oil and gas products and it's causing fires on the road. So we'll bring the sectors together like that to solve problems regarding their sectors. So to start this forum, this panel session, I would like to go straight to invite people to this side of the table to share ideas with us. And in that line, I would like to start by, I let the cat out of the ball earlier on, so I will continue from there to call on Dr. Ehi Iden to this side. Round of applause for him. Dr. Ehi Iden, he fulfills our requirements for this panel session on one side, that he deals with safety professionals across Africa and the rest of the world in his platform where he is president of OSH Africa. And ISPON is OSH Nigeria, and Nigeria leads Africa. So at the end of the day, Dr. Ehi Iden, you are welcome to OSH Nigeria, which leads OSH Africa. All right, so following up from there, I would like to call on, I'm checking a lot of tables in this panel session. I'm going to ask a lot of very implicating questions. And please, I would like you to, if you feel angry, to express it. But when the argument gets hot, don't increase the sound of your voice, increase the quality of your argument, and we'll be able to meet at that level. So, like I said, all the initial members of the high table are still there on that aspect. I would like to call on Mr. Aguke Edwin, the chairman of the Delta State branch of the Institute, to join this panel session. And please bring him up here. I would like to call the representative of the Safety Advocacy and Empowerment Foundation on this platform, no other person but Ambassador Comfort Ekpe. Is Comfort Ekpe here? Please bring her to this side of the table. Ambassador Comfort Ekpe, please, can you come forward? Now, there is somebody who has been appointed to be on this panel, who now doubles as a chairman of the rapporteur committee today, and he's no other person than Mr. Kingsley Unuero. You will coordinate from that angle, so thank you for being there. All right, so we are going to bring more members to the panel. Most of those who were penned down have stepped out to make some phone calls. So, but we will start the session, and I will throw the question to the floor. We have a lot of distinguished personalities in the house,
So when they finish going around from here and members of the high table, you are free to contribute on how ISPON can collaborate with your industry to implement safety in Nigeria. As you have heard from our chairman who took the stakeholders, who took the very fantastic keynote address, you have heard how the chairman, House Committee on Safety Standards and Regulations said that a lot of accidents are happening in Nigeria, and there's a need for us to wake up from the greed slumber, from the unprofessional quarrels slumber, from the fence-sitting slumber. There is a need for us to wake up, to take the bull by the horn. So I asked members of the panel, some are outside, I'm going now to bring them inside, and then I'll bring them here. I asked members of the panel, rising up from this meeting, how can we change the narrative with regards to the health and safety situation in our country, Nigeria? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julius, and my dear fellow colleagues. I think one of the key things we should look out for while we live here is trying to reach out to as many people who ought to be here that are not here. The one key thing we must do as one of the quick fixes is again trying to profile all associations, societies, and organizations that are available in Nigeria currently. We need to really know how many international OSH associations or local that are available here in the country. And having done that, I think there's also an urgent need. Hello, sir. I think there's also an urgent need for us to have what you call adequate profiling of OSH professionals in Nigeria. That is very crucial in going forward. In most countries, you can say we have about 4,000 OSH practitioners, but we can't say in Nigeria how many number of practitioners that we have that are actually practicing health and safety in Nigeria. We need to have what you call the national register. I think ISPON has the responsibility to compile that register and have, yes, this is what we have as professionals in Nigeria, not just having them as profile. What are their qualifications? Because in the industry also, quackery has become so eminent also. You can't blame people. People come into this industry because there's a vacuum. And most times, naturally, vacuum doesn't exist for too long. Whether it's a vacuum, whether something is right or wrong, it will be filled over time. And those who have come into the sector, you can't blame them. They have the passion to come into health and safety. They see what is going on in the workplaces, and they want to really come and work, come into health and safety. But they don't have the requisite training. Neither do they know where to go and get the requisite training that they can have before they can be called professionals. I think also we also need to define what we can also call entry-level qualifications. We were talking about entry-level qualifications. What is that acceptable standard that we can use as a nation that we can call entry-level qualification? In South Africa, which of course has been documented as not just Southern Africa region, which of course has been documented as the sub-region in Africa where health and safety has thrived better than every other sub-region. They have that qualification. When you talk about entry-level qualification, what does it take? How many hours? I was very happy when Mr. Uchedu brought that up. If we do 2 hours course, does that make you qualified as a professional? I don't think so. And we have done that over and over again. To be frank with you, we did a course here in Nigeria for people that are going to work in telecom projects in Ethiopia. When those certificates got to Ethiopia, they were rejected. It was a shame on us all because they don't recognize it because the standard was totally different. What standard are we looking for? ISPON has the responsibility to define that standard. If we are looking at entry-level qualification, How many hours of learning time should the person cover? It's very important. When they cover that learning time, what should be issued? Nobody jumps from nothing to diploma. And we always see that happen in health and safety. Entry-level qualification, talking of tech OSH, that is the standard. He becomes a technician, level 1, tech OSH, level 2. Then from there he moves and graduates to supervisory level and all what have you. But we found out in Nigeria that somebody just does level 1 and level 2, becomes an expert in health and safety. This has really not been a big contribution to our OSH development in Nigeria. And that's why we found out that you train people that have your certificate, they have HSC level 1, 2, 3, they can't even do little research. And when you have people that cannot do little research, you find out that data become missing, quality of work become a big problem. I think this is one of the ways we can actually look at this holistically, because we need to have people in Nigeria we can call experts, and indeed we can boast of them as experts representing us in Nigeria. So our modules that we use, we need to review it. The world is looking at the future of work. We can't be looking at what worked for us 17, 25 years ago as modules to train people in the future. What we're talking about artificial intelligence. Thank you. We need to review our modules. Our modules that we're using, what we used about 25 years ago, they are not relevant for the new reality in the workplaces. I mean, you see how COVID-19 transformed everything, disrupt the workplaces. So we must review our modules routinely to meet with the new workplace reality. So we're talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, increase in technological development. Let our modules reflect it so that even when you train in Nigeria, you go elsewhere, you can have what you call capacity to be able to actually fit in. One of the things we have done in West Africa, I mean, we presented that paper, I think, upper week with African Union Development Agency. The key issue was how do you unify all services in Africa? And one of the key things we recommended from West Africa perspective was to have what you call standardization of OSH training across Africa. I'm sure we will be discussing this with ISPON very soon, because this is where we are going to. And why it has been very important, why can't ISPON issue certificate here in Nigeria as in line with African agreed standard, and that certificate is able to stand a test of time in Kenya. You use certificate here that can be used in Botswana, and this is what we're looking at. And African Union is taking this up. Standardization of OSH training and competency in Africa, and this will come out very soon as a policy from African Union, and every country will take a lead from it and domesticate so that we can have what you call a unified African OSH competency standard, where we can all exchange certificates, and so that somebody that trained in Ghana can come to Nigeria, we can accept the certificate because it was in line with the standard we agree. I think it's very important. Standardization is a key thing that we must pursue in going forward in establishing a strong and virile OSH framework in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paegi. Please, just to make sure that this table is complete like we promised, I have gone out and chased some people back inside. And it's my turn now to bring them to this side of the table. I would like to call on the Director of Policy, Standards and Research of the Lagos State Safety Commission, the person of Mr. Akinyosho Taiwo. Please bring the Director of Policy, Standards and Research for the Lagos State Safety Commission to this side of the table. He is to be closely followed by Mr. Clement Ekpemetia. Mr. Clement Ekpemetia is from the Delta State branch of the Institute, an astute professional with a very clear track record. Round of applause for him, please. We'd like to also make welcome on this side of the table an international safety champion, Mr. Kadir Shamsidin, the Director General
the Managing Director of Zupcord Investment Limited. And we also like to bring a professional who is not representing any of these associations, but he's representing his technical bias on this side of the table, Mr. Amararu Isuku. He's a project lead from the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. Please come over to the high table. Thank you very much. We are now fully constituted. The task before us, please, everything that you are saying is being recorded because ISPON is, I would say, the current governing board led by Mr. Kaiser Ebi is desperate about moving forward. And I wish we had another word that was more desperate than desperate. We would have used it, but that is what it is. So the question before us is, we have gotten the mandate from the National Assembly. We have heard from two very sound professionals amongst us. There is a clear need for us to hit the ground running. By the end of today, there's supposed to be action on the ground to move past where we are currently. What do you see as a very practical path to follow getting up from this meeting? Thank you. I like to take people, put them on the stand like that.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm coming from the oil and gas industry, to be specific, geophysical industry. I've spent about 15 years there. I didn't know I would be here as a panelist, so I was ambushed and brought here. I will just talk about some of my real-time experiences in the industry that may help shape some of our discussions here. I've worked with an NPC in terms of as 100% company doing seismic in Nigeria, and we have also worked with Chinese and Americans and Germans. And one thing that is very clear is that there are certain safety cultural elements that come to a workplace where you have people that come from different walks of life. And that really is an issue. I will discuss a little thing here. In most of our locations, we have to build a camp and set up. And my last 5 years I've been in the north, doing oil exploration in the north, and something happened while we were working with Chinese. We got into this yard, and some 2 days later, after mobilization and setting up of the camp, a colleague of mine came in and said there was an issue. And I said, what's the issue? He said he saw an innkeeper within the workplace. I said, he saw what? He said he saw a dog within the workplace. So we went to this area where this dog was. And it was inappropriate. And when I called the Chinese, they explained that they are away from their homes for 3 months or thereabout, and they felt that these dogs provide them some kind of comfort from home. And anywhere the Chinese go, they also set up a farm. They start planting something. And that begins to take place within your work environment. Any little space they have, they plant fruits or they are gardening. And one thing is very clear, we need to have safety cultural elements set that are clear within the workplace, such that we have a national policy of guidelines on behavioral-based safety attitudes, attributes within the workplace that guide whatever we do. And one thing that was also very clear when I worked with a number of these companies is that they could just sack someone for a safety violation without any
without just sack, and that's it. So one thing we did, I don't know, which I have not seen elsewhere apart from a shell project I worked on, is to be able to develop what I call a consequence management matrix, which I developed on one of our projects. And for all kinds of safety violations, there should be something that is consistent and certain about an action. For instance, as regards if you don't have a driver's license, as a first-time offender, it's a sack because it's a regulatory breach. But perhaps if you are driving and you forgot to use your seatbelt, as a first-time offender, you have some kind of coaching and mentoring. So I think we need to set up policy guidelines for things like that, consequent management. How do you manage safety violations within the oil and gas industry? For instance, how do you manage safety violations within the construction industry? What are the guidelines? What is the basis of saying there's a sack for this? So we need to set those guidelines because I felt that it was a big issue. And once we were able to set up the safety guidelines, it reduced the number of practices of bullying or people actually trying to sideline or what we call restrict the worker from duties. Because that also has its also violence in the workplace. When you actually have a situation where you exclude people from work, it's violence in the workplace. Verbal threats is violence in the workplace. A situation where you're blocking somebody's promotion is violence within the workplace. So there are a lot of violence within the workplace attributes that we need to look at. HR will not identify them, and safety has to drive it. Particularly within our cultural element, that it's okay for somebody who is an elder who has white hair to say something and get away with it. There is an issue of the psychological set of those who are within the workplace who are being bullied. And that actually affects them long term in terms of insomnia, in terms of confidence, and that also now affects him long term in terms of his health. And these are things that are really not looked at. Then again, another thing that is very is we need to do, because we need to be able to set up a safety inspectorate to actually go and look at workplaces. Okay, let me round up. A safety inspectorate that look at workplaces and look at safety conditions. To round up with one of my experiences, I saw a particular person being using a work tool, and his height was not considered while they were giving him that task. That is very critical. So we need to look at workplace arrangements that they are fit for purpose, who actually satisfy that they are fit. Then also those who have to do those, are they trained, are they competent? What is their competence level? And like you rightly said, the entry level qualifications and character of people who are made safety professionals. Because they are your drivers and they represent safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will come to you, but please, because we have also an online audience waiting, there are so many questions waiting for us to answer there. Please, let's keep it within 2 minutes, so that he has talked about enforcement, he has talked about consequence management, he has talked a lot about building competence for those who are safety professionals. Now, the rest of the panelists, while generating other new things we can do, how do you think in a place like Nigeria, as safety professionals, we can build enforcement, especially of the existing legislations? Please, when you are talking about it, consider facts like the brown envelope syndrome. Look at our real life problems. You know about the brown envelope syndrome. There's nobody here that doesn't know about it. So talk a lot about it. Let's just be going like this. So 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Please, Comfort Ikeja, permit me to stand on existing protocol, please, to save time. Good day, everybody. I just want to talk about the issue of professional ethics. ISPON today is a great professional body, and we stand for issues that pertain to life and death. Now, if I put my life, or if you put your life in the hands of an incompetent person that has no integrity, does not stand for something, does not believe that safety is of values. You need to have values to practice safety efficiently. To implement the management system of your organization, then all what is written in the books will die in the shelf, and people will die at the work site, people will end in the grave. Why am I starting with this? I'm speaking on behalf of the Safety Advocacy and Empowerment Foundation. We have a belief that most of what we do in this organization is for humanity. We believe in humanity because the safety profession is that of humanity. Now, we have experienced something. I've personally had 2 experiences in Nigeria, and I will start with the first one. When organizations do not look at the professional or the person they are bringing in to man the affairs of the organization regarding health and safety, it becomes an issue of the organization losing lives or abating accidents in the workplace. Now, I spoken to a guy lately. He told me something that happened in one organization in the state. I won't mention the name. A company has employed someone who is not competent because they have a relative. The reason for this employment is basically to chase contracts in the organization. How can a safety manager be competing with contractors to get contracts for training, for supply of PPEs? What do you think is going to happen? Is that what a safety officer should be concerned about? Is that what a safety manager should be concerned about? Now, if you check, this person, maybe the Nigerian government allowed it, not because they intentionally allowed it, but because there are loopholes somewhere. This person has set up a company for safety professional services. This person, to my understanding, is not even a member of ISPON, not trained by ISPON, do not even have other related professional qualifications. But because he knows somebody, he has become a safety manager, and his whole essence of being in the organization is to get contracts. This person is to review big documents written by professional services organizations in Nigeria that some may have been accredited by ISPON, for instance, or certified by Koren, to do a job for the company. What do you think the result of this person's evaluation of the contractors will be for the HSC pre-qualification exercise? There's going to be issue of unprofessionalism, fraud, accidents eventually, because when he approves something that is not supposed to be, problem will happen. Secondly, there's an issue whereby some people are out there masquerading as practitioners, trainers, and all of that. A guy came for an interview. I was part of the panel, and he told me he has this certificate from a certain training body, and he was trained for 2 days and told that the moment he gets this certificate brought for any interview, he will get a job. And I said, no problem, you can actually get a job with any safety certificate. However, my interview goes thus: just do a risk assessment of this facility where you are. I'll assign someone to you. That's my part of the interview for you. And he came back, and I was sad that day. I almost called the organization to humanity. How can you promote the OSH profession and be a good citizen? Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was just overruling to make some comments that fell out from my colleague's discussion. I think from what his narrative, it has become expedient that there is need for ISPON and human resources collaboration. Because that's a missing link we also have, because most of the jobs we do in the organizations, they interface closely with human resources. So when there's no collaboration, even the fitness to work, actually, most times is wrongly done, and that's very critical. Then secondly, we also look at the issue of, we mentioned on paper, factory inspectorate. We need ISPON to clearly support what currently exists in Ministry of Labor and Employment. Mr. President, we need to move into this as quickly as possible. In OSH Africa, we were forced to set up what you call African OSH and Labor Inspectors Network. And the discussions that have gone on in that unit, we realize in most African countries outside South Africa, who's dealing with very clear examples, we just get in people from anywhere, employ them as labor inspectors, no training whatsoever, no safety background. They are sent to the field to go and work. And when they meet the smart safety officers, it takes them to the cleaners, and the job becomes even more difficult. And we found that also happening in our ministry here. So we really need a strong collaboration, I mean, as a follow-up from this discussion, to clearly support technically what currently exists within the Ministry of Labor and Employment in terms of factory and labor inspectorate. Thank you, Joseph, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. The issue of safety in Nigeria is very paramount, and we need to think very seriously. Three things I will say here is that safety begins with each and every one of us. So if we want to get it right, we set our hearts right. There's a place that says, and Daniel proposes his heart, but he will not partake of the king's meat. So first of all, you have to propose in your heart that you want to do it right. Then it starts right. Then you have the issue of us preaching safety. Preach safety, that's training people for awareness, that awareness. Then after sensitization, then to bring the people to the level of training for competence. Training for competence. A lot of trainings we do these days is only training for no competence. So called training for competence. A lot of people don't pass through the competence test. And that is where a lot of things are going wrong. People will hear, get the certificate, now it's not certificate based, and they just go into the field. Those are people who will murder people. Those are people who will cause accidents in the workplace. So it's very important. And thirdly, the level of enforcement is not yet there. If we really enforce safety in this country, then no Dick and Harry will go to maybe somewhere like NYC camps and begin to advertise safety to people. People are training people in NYC camp these days in live number, and they will, 2 days they have gotten certificate and they are saying they are safety professionals. These are people that are killing safety in the country. You should look at that area properly, because the graduates that are being turned out today, they are very critical to the workplace. And if they get it wrong at a certain point as they are coming out from the higher institution, then there's going to be problem. is a very critical issue. Enforcement must follow legislation. And that is why an issue of collaboration with all sectors. And the companies should not take it kindly. They should be able to open their doors to ISPON, the organization, the ministry, the parastatal, the MDAs, and all of them. Should open their doors to ISPON, just like the National Assembly has done now, by opening their doors to us and having given us the leeway to run and told us point blank our challenges. Our own now is to go back to our drawing board. Even though if the drawing board is full, we remove some of those things that have been there, update them, move again, and we'll get it right, and we run faster. I think this is one of the sure ways to go to get success. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Standing on the existing protocols. Internally in ISPON, we have been shooting ourselves on the feet. Why do I say that? Somebody who has never practiced safety, we enrolled for training for 5 days, and you will train him on 12 topics and issued your most valuable certificate. And you will find his or her way into the market, into the industry, and be employed as a safety officer. And you will ask him to implement permit to work system. Can that ever happen? 5 days training for HSE personnel ought to be for people who have been working as safety officers, not newcomers, no matter the degree you have acquired. That's where we are destroying ourselves. And we kept on asking, why are we doing this? We need money. We don't have money. We need money to run ISPON offices. That's why we are doing it. That's why we are doing the quacks to do it. We have been getting it wrongly right from foundation. And this has to stop. If you are coming, say, industrial safety is not for all comers. It's not for those that cannot find job elsewhere with their certificates and they will fall into it. We have used our hands to cause so many problems to ourselves. And that is why somebody can hold our certificate, go and work in Ethiopia, he or she will be rejected because you don't have anything to offer. I will still stress on the PTW. It's an evergreen, safe system of work in the industry. Without PTW, permit to work system, most of the jobs you can't render. And if you are not grounded in it, through practice, through several years of practice, you can never implement it. Why would you issue a certificate of, for 5 days training to such person to become, what have you sent, what message are you sending? To go and cause chaos and accidents in the industry. You are saying that we have no solution to building collapsing, or we are not doing anything or whatever. Is ISPON actually, has ISPON been given the mandate to go into different companies to ask questions, like the inspection he was talking about? We have not been given. We talked about it. We talked about it in our platforms and various other places. But what can we do about it when we have not been given the enabling power to go and inspect? If these safety officers within few hours, so that we can move in immediately, investigate, and begin to offer solutions. What can ISPON do? I'm glad that members of representatives, the National House of Representatives, are here. You have given us ISPON Act 2014, wonderful. But the implementation, do we have the power to implement? Go into the industry, into the companies, and ask questions, and inspect, and reveal the ills in those places? You have several Chinese companies in Lagos. They are killing workers. They are the kind of work they do. Oh my God, you need to see them. I don't live in Lagos, but I've seen some. Do we have the power to move in there
and ask questions and profile solutions and even take them to the, sue them or take them to court to be challenged. What you cannot do in UAE, what you cannot do in, so many parts of the world, they practice it here. So we need to review. In fact, as we are living here today, somebody made mention of it. Are you sure that we have a platform or a forum for meeting so that progress from this meeting can be upgraded? ISPON needs to set up a team, maybe 3 persons from each state or each branch, to think tank, professionals who will be meeting either monthly or bi-monthly through Zoom or physical meeting. It will not cost too much for us to be meeting so that we can discuss progress on review of our books, of our brochures, on the latest, topics that should be taught. People are being flown out of this country from time to time to go and acquire safety training in UK, the United States, with huge capital flights. What are we doing about it? If we are said we are safety professionals and we will be given the act, we should be given the total enablement to get it done. Making a certain things compulsory. For example, companies, all the companies, 170 companies in Nigeria, to ensure that you have a link with ISPON. In other words, those safety departments should be linked with ISPON for advice, for inspection, for certificate awards, and etc., etc. We will never go anywhere. These are some of the things I'll be able to contribute. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So since we have just 2 people left on the panel from this side, I would like them to please talk a little bit about the brown envelope syndrome and how it can be overcome. Thank you.
Well, and that was also because it's a competition. I think what I'm critical about is that we have a safety culture. When we have good mindset towards it, then everything will be set right. In safety commission, we did a lot, just to raise awareness, which I will also enjoy in this one to probably to create awareness to populate, on safety. That if there is mindset, even that will greatly eliminate the brown envelope syndrome, because everybody knows what to do, what to do. The process, the way of probably following the due process in safety. Like we have a law in the safety commission. We have, because the safety commission law 2011. We also went further to have regulation some of the safety domains, like event safety, hospitality, and so on and so forth. Those to probably to broadcast safety in Lagos City, and to actually to encourage people, to do the few things instead of probably cutting corners, and that will probably quickly eliminate the bank envelope syndrome. Recently, we just partner, we have signed memorandum of understanding with MAN, the Lagos Safety Commission, just to probably how to integrate safety, to portray safety in my manufacturing sector of the city, among others. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. Actually, when we talk about brown envelope, we cannot say anything about brown envelope in the context of safety. We talk about brown envelope in the context of our culture in Nigeria generally. Presently, I'm investigating an accident, workplace accident, and the company involved has been pursuing everybody who they can pursue in order to give brown envelope. They don't allow people to do their work competently. Instead of asking them to do their work competently, they are more focused on their image.
and they don't want anything, they don't want to comply. Instead of complying, they want to see, okay, how can we go about this? And the moment you are noticed as somebody who is putting a stumbling block for them giving grant envelope, you are in soup. They will go ahead, call who they have connections, go ahead on top of you, and do whatever they like to make sure that their wish, is being satisfied. So the issue of brand envelope is not within the safety, it's about our culture. A lot of companies want their image not to be soiled. Instead of doing the right thing, they believe that in Nigeria there's nothing money cannot do. My only advice is that when we are faced with such dilemma, the best thing to go is to be diplomatic in your approach. To make sure that even though the brand envelope want to suffice, make sure that you do your work and pass it to who is taking decisions. Because at the level of investigations, the moment you do your own work competently, it's left for whoever who has the last say, either to accept brand envelope or not. And apart from that, we need updated regulation. I want this one to take note of this, especially if the training being carried out. Our regulations, when we talk of safety and health and safety regulations, we have so many. In fact, in my discussion with one of the participants here present today about his area of his industry, I was told that I don't even know how many regulators regulate this environment. Because by the time I mentioned, do you know about Legal Safety Commission, do you know about Federal Ministry of Labour and Employment? Besides, they have never even had them. They have never come around. And you mentioned the issue of brown envelope too. He said there are some that they were only interested in brown envelope. And mentioned one or two regulators that no, those people can only play with you. When it comes to their work, there's nothing like brown envelope. They want you to do the right thing. And I believe if somebody who is just coming up, employed as a safety officer, still know that there are some organizations that use brown envelope. At least I'm happy for that type of information I got today from that person. Because the issue of brand envelope is everywhere. So my suggestion is that each one of us should use our conscience to determine whatever rules we find ourselves doing, to know whether we are doing what is right or what is wrong. It's a national phenomenon that brand envelope has come to stay in Nigeria, whether we like it or not. Because a lot of accidents at the end of the day is brown envelope. And as my colleagues rightly mentioned about training, the ISPON curriculum needs to be updated, especially in the area of regulatory compliance. A lot of safety professionals that attended the ISPON training, and they were trained from different backgrounds, from different countries. And when they come for ISPON training, they did not even let them know some of the regulations existing for different industries. They still looking forward to us to provide that leadership. We need to know oil and gas industry. These are lists of regulations. Apart from federal regulations, unlike in Lagos, when you practice in Lagos, you have PASEPA law, you have national law, you have Lagos Safety Commission law, you have oil and gas ISPON, no, not ISPON, you have DPR law. All those laws, a lot of safety professional practice in Lagos, or those who come from Port Harcourt to practice in Lagos, they are not aware of all those laws. They're supposed to be updated knowledge for those type of people, and it can only come through updating. I think should be research and development that will bring all the laws, including the local laws, for income safety professionals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is the advantage of having a panel of discussants after an event like this. We'd like to thank you very much. We have had quite a number of suggestions, from enforcement to improving competence to updating knowledge to upgrading the ISPON curriculum And so many things about the factories, inspectorates, and building safety to our cultures, and quite a number of things. And yeah, somebody also said that we must, rising from this place, we must have collaboration with human resource experts as planned, as the privilege that somebody like me has is that I've been looking into the plans of leaders of the Institute for the Institute going forward from here. Once in a while, I've had opportunities to peek into those plans. And I'm hoping that things will work better from here. I want to, before I come back to other members here, lunch is long overdue. But before then, please, those who have already had their lunch, that is members of the online audience, can you please indicate interest? I think we have a message from Godwin Usa. Do you want to read that out to us?
ISPON should also make it part of their requirements for new trainees to go for at least 2 months internship via their network of companies across Nigeria and assign them to register safety officer to train them and give feedback.
Thank you very much. What Mr. Godwin Musa is suggesting, which is very instructive, is that through ISPON should build a network, and of course, this is one of the achievements from today's meeting. We should have a network of companies, and that when we now finish our trainings, we can dispatch these people to those network of companies for at least 2 months intern. And I make bold to say that for the Lagos State branch of ISPON, we have that going already. Not every trainee, although, because not all companies are ready yet. But I can beat my chest and say that I have 2 of our ex-trainees working under me where I work as interns. And that was kudos to the leadership of Mazi Harold Echendu. You don't want to clap, but you can now clap. Thank you very much. So there are those plans there, but I agree with you that if we build a stronger network with those organizations, we will have more organizations calling us to send in interns. So that's a good one. And why I was stressing on the brown envelope syndrome is because I have reached a level once in a while, about 10 years ago, somewhere I was working, I had to go out of the company to report my company to a regulator. And I told the regulator, when you come to my company, go to the left-hand side. You will see something there. It's very well covered. Open it. When you open it, you will see that they are hiding something there. Please charge us and tell us that you are coming back, and within the next 1 week that you are coming back, that thing is cleared. And the person agreed with me. Went to my company on the day that was agreed, saw that thing, and was angry. All the anger ended up in the boardroom, and they asked me to go out of the boardroom. I waited outside. When he came out, he was tapping my shoulder. Ah, but your guy is a very good man now. You don't want to know what happened to me after that day. I was sad. I was very depressed. Because he was like my last hope, and I told him my predicament. That look, I cannot be here being called safety man, and this kind of thing is happening. I'm sure the money they gave him was up to half of the amount that could help us clear that thing. He collected it and left. But it is not something that has come to stay. It is something that, and I'm not making another presentation, the day for that will come. It is not something that has come to stay. Somebody made a statement here that, yes, I think it was by Eddie, when President spiritually called him to talk here. He said that we are damaging the world for our children. And that is very true. So everybody should take responsibility. Yes, you are collecting bribe or aiding the bribe today, but your children will come tomorrow. And oh, what a fantastic dad you have been. You have created a hazardous environment for your children. Congratulations. So please, the brown envelope syndrome is something that all of us should. The proof that you're a professional is that you're a little bit more expensive than money. Since you are marketing safety, safety is priceless. Thank you very much. So, do we have any other person that has a question or a contribution to give? We have our leaders here. IPP has not said anything today. Sir, thank you for asking for the mic now.
Thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocol, I have 3 points and 3 sub-points, so that's 9 altogether. First, for us to move forward, the number one thing is to be faithful. Faithfulness has 3 elements. One is humility. Now, you cannot be faithful if you are not humble. Now, humility carries so many things, and the other elements will still key into that. The second thing is that we have to accept to be led, meaning you must accept there is a leader. Then you should be led. Now, why we are operating in silos is because many people don't want to be led. They don't want to be led. They want to be leaders, but they don't want to be led. And that is why I said first is faithfulness. Humility comes first. If you are humble, you will be ready to be led. The thought is that under faithfulness, you need to be transparent. You need to be accountable. Now, if there is no transparency and no accountability, you can be sure that this word faithfulness is not there. So, under faithfulness, I talk about humility, I talk about accepting to be led, meaning you have to accept leadership, and then you should be transparent and accountable. Number 2, you need to be available. Availability. Most of us only talk. We can critique, we can criticize, but be there when the action is needed. We will not find them. Here we are. This hall is supposed to be filled. We need to be available when you are needed. Now, how can things work if you are not there? If the right person is not there, then the available person becomes the right person. So, availability. All of us at our branches, in our groups, whatever platform, there are a lot of people on platforms that are inactive. Yes, they are available there, but inactive. Now, under availability, I have 3 points. 1, you have to participate. When you are available, you should be seen, you should be heard, you should participate. Now, a lot of people want things to change. How can things change if you are not participating? Okay, I have not been to China. I don't know how Chinese does things. You have been to China, and you want me that I have not been to China because I'm a leader to do what you have seen in China. It's not possible. You have to come, participate, and tell me, in China, they have developed this, and this is what is going on. So you have to participate. So participation is very important in our activities, at our branches, in platforms, and all that. The second thing under availability is that you must volunteer, volunteerism. If you are available and they want to set up committees, you need to volunteer. Accept to be there to serve. If there is no volunteerism, even though you are whatever, nobody will do what you are supposed to do. And so we should accept to volunteer when there is need, especially when it affects what you know. You are a specialist in that. Though if you are not there, you will just be criticizing who is not a specialist. So you that is specialist need to volunteer to be there. Then you can mentor and know others. Then the third thing under availability is that we have to accept responsibilities. A lot of us run away from responsibilities. When it is time now to say, okay, we are going to do this, we are going to set up some committees and somebody needs to lead. Somebody must be a chairman. Say, no, I know my time now, I don't have time. Oh, somebody should be the secretary of this committee, I know how, I know. So if we don't accept responsibilities, who will do it? So under availability, I said there are three things. One is that you have to participate. Number two, you have to volunteer. Number three, you have to accept responsibilities. Then the third is we have to be teachable. Teachable. Teachable means first you have to unlearn. Be able to unlearn. If you really want, we need to move forward. Whatever background you have come with, whatever degree that you have, when you come into a new place, you have to unlearn what you know. Tell yourself, I don't know anything. Let me pick from here. That is unlearning. Unlearn what you have. Learn this new one and add up to what you have. Now, a lot of us don't want to unlearn. You say, no, where I'm coming from, we don't. No. It's not so. Where you are coming from is a different background. You have come into a new background. So, and learn that one, learn this one. Then by the time you back up with that, you find out that you'll be a very sound person. So unlearn under being teachable. And then number two, you have to take specialization. Most of us want general safety. I'm not an advocate of that. I believe that each one of us can specialize in a specific thing. Be a specialist. You know, a lot of us just want to be general safety. In fact, for the 35 years in oil and gas, I have served 32 years in the refinery and 6 years in the upstream. So I can tell you that some of the things that we are talking about, we have them in books. I can tell you authoritatively that we have this on this place, we have this in this place, we have this in this place. We have them in the books. I can tell you that we have also developed a lot of things as far as the oil and gas industry. The DPR, we have books that are already published, on standards that has to do, with the health of worker, the offshore and the rest of it. One is already online. It's 10,000 naira. You pay online, you go to any DPR office and you buy it. That has to do with occupational health workers and the rest of them. So what I'm saying is that we need to learn how to specialize. If only you can specialize in permit to work, just that, specialize that. Even in the permit to work, you can specialize only in confined space management. Confined space management. It doesn't reduce you from being a safety man. If that is the only one you specialize there and be well trained and do what is right. Most of us just want to be called safety people. But what is your specialty? You find a person, okay, okay. So under teachability, being teachable means you need to specialize. Be able to be known, and be able to contribute when people are talking about a thing. So that cannot be done if you don't specialize. So please, let us unlearn. Let's go and be specialized. Then the third under teachability is we should accept limitations. At any time, be able to say, this one is not my area, but I can connect you with who knows this. I'm a very good traffic man. Me. If you send me a question, I will analyze it. That's why I'm a gap analysis specialist. That is what I specialize in, gap analysis. If you send me a question, I'll look at it. I'll be able to know who is a specialist in that area and call you. That's why I have a lot of phone numbers with me in this oil and gas, in the safety issue. Because you cannot say that you know everything. So you should accept your limitations. We should learn to know that this one is not my area. Push it to the person who has the area. We just concluded a training for the Ajakuta, Kaduna, Kano scaffolding. And the AKK project that you are handling, you know, we gave occupational health and safety training for scaffolders. Now, we would not say that we are specialists in that. So we call the specialist, you know, who is into that field, so that he can deliver, and then we put in the safety elements in there. And that is how we should be going. We should never believe that you know everything, no matter your place. Accept. So I have said 3 things now. These 3 things can easily be spelled out as what? F-A-T. Be fat. Be a fat safety officer. Be a fat specialist. Be a fat OSH member. Fat means what? Be faithful, available, and teachable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another beautiful round of applause for that. If you go back, both those of us here and online, if you go back without remembering anything, remember to be fat OSH. Now, this is very strategic. This is the time when safety professionals are writing plans for the next year. What you will do January, February, March, to the end of next year. You have gotten something to add to that plan. Be fat OSH. I'll give you the details because somebody like me, this will come up in my presentation at the workplace. I will admonish people within my team to be faithful. And I will remember to tell them under being faithful to be humble, to accept, to be led, and they themselves to be good leaders, to be transparent and accountable. Under be available, I will remember to tell them to participate, to be seen, to be heard, and to volunteer, to accept responsibilities. And under being teachable, I'll remind them that they need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And then, of course, that they need to pick their own specialization and make it good. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Maldi. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. That is a nice way to leave it before lunch. Energy levels are dropping and it's really across all the 50 in the world. So please, I'd like to thank you very much, panelists, for this good job of dissecting this topic. And if we don't do anything good after now, I think we have done a good part. Thank you very much for also joining again when you go back to your company and other sectors. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. OSH Nigeria, Fat OSH. We have to develop some slogans after now, right? Okay, please, let me crave your indulgence, members of the high table, to please go back to your seats up there while we serve you lunch, please. Members of the high table, please return to the high table. Let's bring you lunch. Please don't go after lunch. We want to look at our communique. We want to give you highlights of everything that has been discussed and tell you what to expect from us in the coming weeks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please clap for me now. Thank you. Clap for me. Thank you. All right, so I would now like to call on Mr. Kingsley Fuero and his team and the community committee to please come forward and read out the highlights of this event. Please, we expect that if you read out anything that is not in line with what we said or that you want to make an addition to, you are free to add to it, because at the end of this event, this communique will go to so many big and far places. It will go to the House of Representatives. It will go to all safety professionals in Nigeria and parts of Africa. So let it be a very formidable action document that we will use after now. So while we try to get the ergonomics ready, please, let's pay attention. I know that a lot of networking has happened, and we'd like to thank you for your patience so far.
But please, let's pay rapt attention to this presentation. Thank you.
Distinguished members of the high table, permit me to stand on existing protocols so that we can go on. Okay. All right. The Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria communique at the Strategic Stakeholders Engagement for Sustainable Practice of Safety Management in Nigeria, held at LCCI Agidi, Lagos. Preambles. The meeting started at 10 a.m. with a safety moment by Mr. Julius Akpong, an introduction of special guests and members of the Institute across the nation. The special guest of honor is the Chairman House Committee on Safety and Standard, Federal House of Representatives, Honorable Architect Hamza Ibrahim, ably represented by Honorable Engineer Sam Chinedu Wanso, the Vice Chairman of the committee. Other members of the entourage are Honorable Emmanuel Ukbong Udo and Honorable Amos Magaji, a member of ISPON Governing Board. Roll call for the attendance was taken from Delta, Edo, Bayelsa, Rivers, and the host state, Lagos. Strategic Stakeholders Engagement, President Opening Speech. The President, Mr. Ebewari Kaiser, stated emphatically that ISPON has not been visible enough since 2014, hence the proliferation of quackery in the field of safety management. He expressed optimism that the safety profession will be able to speak with one voice after this session and going forward. Several goodwill messages were given by astute professionals, both present and represented. Dr. Ehi Ide of OSH Africa, the Chief Executive of the Petroleum Training Institute, Dr. Henry Ademola, represented by Dr. Silas Agaja. Others are the DG of the Lagos State Safety Commission and also Dr. Okere. Dr. Nicholas Okere also gave goodwill messages. The highlights of the messages were congratulatory as well as emphasizing The highlights of the messages were congratulatory as well as emphasizing the place and role of safety management in Nigeria. In addition, the status of ISPON as an institution chartered by the Act of Government was noteworthy. The high point of the meeting was the message from the special guests and the various presentations. Heartwarming is the opening statement by the special guest that the National Assembly was established to support ISPON. It decried the plethora of accidents and incidents in the nation and challenged ISPON to brace up our leadership to bring down these ugly statistics. It charged the current leadership to work fast at harmonizing all differing parties. The message ended on a reassuring note that they look forward to receiving ISPON's submission. Two veterans in the field of safety and members of ISPON gave the presentation of the day, Mazi Arodechindu and Engineer Badmus. Fallouts of the engagement are inter alia. One, ISPON members were challenged to be more visible. That point was made. the matter of competency development, training, and mentoring were re-echoed. 3, the need to manage quackery through quality management was also noteworthy. Number 4, the challenge of automation is a gap identified that can be pursued by the development of a research and development unit in ISPON. We draw this clearly from the presentation of the special guest when he gave the scenarios both in Rwanda and in Vietnam. And to achieve some of those high goals, the need to automate processes as ISPON is established. Number 5, strategic collaboration with agencies of government, and I wrote here i.e. NYSC, to address the issue of quackery and standardization is noteworthy. Establishment of a safety regulatory corps as envisioned by the special guest, and the need to review the Lagos State Safety Commission, perhaps for the purpose of operationalization of their activities, because it's a model that I noted in the course of the presentation that is working. Safety management in Lagos by the Lagos State Safety Commission. All of those are part of the issues with respect to collaborations. And I also looked at, I also noted here ISPON vis-a-vis HR, as noted by Dr. Ahis in his submission, that there is a need for that collaboration to take place so that the conversation can get down to the relevant persons. Number 6, we also noted the convocation of a national engagement summit by ISPON for the purpose of mainstreaming the core values of ISPON and the role of ISPON as the driver or management or manager of safety in Nigeria, and the expectation of the government agencies as well as the private sectors. The last bullet point here, which is number 7 from the panelists, matters identified pertains to the need to develop the safety cultural element or cultural element, the development, the safety cultural element within the curricula of safety, professional ethics for the profession, and the submission of FAT by our immediate past president, talking about faithfulness, availability, and training. All right. So these are the issues as captured in the course of the meeting. I actually had a few things to drop as a way of questions to the presenters for clarification. I don't know if I can still this moment to drop those ones. In my view, when Mazi Echindu was making his presentation, he identified NICN, Nigeria Industrial Safety Council, as the beginning point. And I don't know how or their place presently within the ISPON Act. I dropped this question because where I come from in Delta, we hear radio jingles by some people who are also safety professionals, and they tell you that they have authority to mount safety training and award certificates because they are accredited by NICN. So the question I'd like this House to perhaps ventilate on is, does NICN have that power to accredit and to also approve training courses, so that we could add it clearly? I cannot add it now into the curriculum because it has not been, it is not discussed so much in this meeting. Then 2, while Engineer Badmus was presenting on the issue of strategic stakeholders engagement, he also mentioned the fact that there is in the making, that's what I draw from him. This is Kingsley now, not the meeting. The issue of Occupational Safety and Health Act, perhaps that is in the making. So I would like to know also, I'd like to clarify some clarification on that. is there, or what is the dividing line between the ISPON Act and this proposed Occupational Safety and Health Act that it talked about? Are they complementary? Are they really different? I would like these two issues to be given further gist as we move on. Thank you very much. Sorry?
Sir, can I stand on the existing protocol as well? Just to add, when Dr. Ishendu was speaking, he spoke on the ISPON Act. Now, personally, I've gone through the Act and I discovered that each section of the Act carries some level of authority, which I believe we have not actually started. So I want to know, after this meeting, what role or what are we going to do going further to drive these sessions given to us by the National Assembly? And so I believe this House should be able to, committees should be put in place to address these, sessions, the powers that have been given to ISPON. And I believe if we do that, because the governing boards, they have a lot of work in their hands.
Thank you all, and we do hope that all the listed items here today shall be translated to actionable points hereafter or hereinafter. Thank you, and God bless you all. I wish you a safe journey.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll now hand over the mic to our President for the closing remark. Mr. President, sir, you might want to come down here.
I will call them. Members of the High Table, all existing protocols duly observed. My closing remark will go as simple as toss. Time is not on our side to be able to come together to do one or two things. But we have to do it because the more we wait, the more time not on our side. And so before I go on with the closing remark, we have these sectors, committees we have to set in place. And these sectors or faculties or groups I will want to announce. And get in touch with the registrar so that anyone who is interested in each of these sectors will be able to be included in those specialties. And so I go thus. 1, the almighty, the oil and gas sector. Take note of the committees. Number 2, construction. And your leader, I can mention from here, Hassan B. Hassan. If he's there, please let him come here. Some of the committees, I will use executive powers. Hassan, is he there? Hassan B. Hassan is unassuming safety professional to the core. When you talk to him, sometimes you might think he's on the negative part. He is not on the negative part, but he's dealing you to the direct part. So from these faculties or committees or sectors, it is my privilege to announce to you that you head the construction sector. Thank you, sir. Then under transportation, we have three sectors there. We have road. Okay. We have road, we have aviation, we have marine. 6, we have hospitality business. That's another sector that we need to get to. There are 1,001 hotels. If you listen to what Mazi Sam read out in his presentation, he mentioned about 3.1 million agencies, companies. How do we get to 3.1 million agencies? And out of the 3.1, we have hospitality business. We have tourism. We have the manufacturing. We have agric. We have research and development stroke training. We have the mining. We have the power and energy. We have the public safety. 2 other ones that I mentioned here are being headed by our governing board members. 1, standards and accreditation is headed by our humble governing board member, Ms. Dr. Foreman Honor. Please let's put our hands together for him. And he has his committee members. And what we have recommended is that every committee is expected to expand their number to ensure that you cover every aspect of the country. Under intergovernmental agencies, we have our honorable member who has led the leeway or given us the leeway through our visit to the National Assembly. Is no other person than Honorable Amos Mogazi in the governing board. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to first of all appreciate all of us for being part of this program this evening, throughout today, for this stakeholders engagement. You know why we are here today. You know why we have been and what we have discussed so far. I want us to take it back. The beauty among all is that Engineer Jami was able to demonstrate some collaborative actions to all of us. Collaborate along the line, no matter whether it's negative or positive. Drive safety so that everyone knows that we have one institute, one Nigeria, one ISPON, one Nigeria. Together, we shall build ISPON to a greater height. And that has been our day-to-day slogan, ensure that we take safety to every nook and cranny, ensure that safety is the foundation of all professions, and all professions will be called again into this house. One key one among these committees that is so vital to bring the stakeholders together again, probably in February, is the agencies on government. And that is another, according to Mazi, I saw 191 federal agencies. And these 191 federal agencies will either be seated in this hall or at the headquarters in Abuja next year. And head of that committee and the vice chairman of that committee, the chairman of that committee is Engineer Badmos. Engineer Badmos. Engineer Badmos. Is he not there? Yeah, time is not on our side, but I need to put these two gentlemen back again. Ogacom Novex. The wiki of ISPON. The wiki of ISPON. And the Jagaban of ISPON. I want them to move ISPON forward. They are two strong men. At a midnight meeting about 1 a.m., when I see them vibrating, and I call them, where were you when one man was mesmerizing us? That was the question I asked them. They brought this program. It's not the power of the president, neither is the power of the governing board, but these men stood tall or stand tall to ensure that this program come to pass. We did not charge you people 1 naira, but they ensure this program come to pass. So we are putting it back to them again. On behalf of the governing board, yeah, it could be an executive decision, but please, I want to appeal to the members of the governing board for these two men, chairman, deputy. The other, Nala, you are the chairman this time. Nala, you are the chairman this time. It's a reverse order now. You are the chairman. They will have to tell us the 191 agencies within now and January ending. By February ending, they are telling us where we are going to hold that agencies. Hold that man to work. That man, a federal agency. Hold on. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for them. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to once again thank you. God bless you for coming. I wish all of us a safe journey back to our respective destination. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please, if you need any information at all from ISPON, please feel free to send an email to registrar@isponnigeria.org. If you need any information whatsoever, if you wake up one morning and you remember you need to ask ISPON for anything, whatever it is, registrar, REGISTRAR at ISPON, then N again, IGERIA.org. Registrar at isponnigeria.org. There are a lot of other versions of emails out there with a claim to ISPON, but please, you have heard here today, if you need any information from ISPON, use this email and you will get your responses as it should be. Thank you all once again for your patience and see you in the next event in January. Please celebrate safely during the Yuletide season and remain safe. Thank you very much. So we will now take the closing prayer from Mr. Abayomi Akin, please.
Let us pray. Our gracious and eternal King of glory, we want to appreciate you. We thank you for the honor. We thank you for the activities of today. We thank you for the safe arrivals to this venue. And we believe that you will take us back home safely. While sleeping tonight, send your angels to guide and protect us. Look us up tomorrow morning, healed and hearty, to do what is right in thy sight. As we pray in Jesus' name.
Bye. Thank you very much. Online audience, thank you very much for your good participation. Bye. Please, let's have a group photograph in front here, please. Please, these chairs were here for a group photograph. Please, just come forward for a group photograph. Please, just come forward for a quick group photograph, please. Hello, please come forward for a group photograph. Thank you. Everybody, please come forward. Stand behind the chairs. Stand behind the chairs. Please come forward. Let's finish and go. Another group is here to use the hall. Okay, good. Please, members, come now. Let's finish and go. Madam, look on here. Say again. You're not snapping. Please, let's go. Please, now let's go.